Chapter 1190. At the same time, waves of spiritual attacks and pressure pressed down on his spiritual world. Brando only felt his vision darken, but his sharp senses told him that the power of Twilight's will had greatly weakened. "Mr. Brando!" Tada shouted. Brando understood. He slashed his sword forward, gritting his teeth as he parted the Twilight Dragon's attack. Then, he took the risk of being heavily injured and plunged into the spatial crack. His shoulders, upper arms, and chest immediately exploded. Brendel covered his face with his hands, but there were several deep wounds on his forearms that exposed his bones. He immediately felt a piercing pain, but he didn't dare to be distracted. He charged through the spatial crack and entered the range of Twilight's will. Twilight's will immediately revealed a panicked expression. She wasn't good at close combat. More accurately, she wasn't good at using this body to fight in close combat. Not to mention that her power had been greatly weakened by the world crystal wall, and she couldn't completely suppress the few saints present. Roman immediately reached out to grab Brando. A black vortex of energy flashed between her and Roman, as if it wanted to tear this mortal in half. However, Brando was faster than her. How could a master warrior be afraid of fighting a witch in close combat? He threw Odorfice, and the golden flame sword immediately spun in the direction of the Law of Tiamat. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a flickering dot of light. However, Brando didn't have time to care so much. He immediately grabbed Roman's wrist with his free hand and flipped it outwards. The black claw immediately brushed past him and swept across the space to his right. "Damn it, let go!" Romaine screamed angrily. She raised her large leather shoe and kicked Brando. This was almost an instinctive move of Roman. Brando had been hit more than once and woned. How could he let her use the same trick here? Halran Gaia flew out of his hand and brushed past Romaine. Just as the latter was about to tilt her body, Brando grabbed her ankle with his left hand as if he had expected it. Thus, Dusk's will immediately fell into Brando's hand in a strange position. She widened her eyes in shock, probably not expecting that a mortal would dare to humiliate her like this. But the most unbearable part was yet to come. After Brando grabbed her wrists and ankles, he leaned forward expressionlessly and hugged her tightly. At that very moment, Miss Merchant was stunned. Although she didn't know why she felt shocked, in theory, Dusk's will should be the most indifferent side of her. She was emotionless and would not be surprised by any unexpected events. Her every move should be the best choice. She would never make a mistake. However, it was a pity. At this moment, her mind was completely blank. It wasn't because she was shy like a young girl, but because she was so angry that it was about to overflow. This damn insect dares to. But it was just a moment of absent-mindedness. Brando had already hugged his fiancée's body tightly, and with the help of gravity, he slammed back into the thin crystal wall. When he passed through the crystal wall, he felt a strange feeling. It was as if the world behind the crystal wall was the world he was more familiar with. But it was at this moment that the Roman reacted. She immediately understood what the other party was planning to do, but she definitely couldn't let the third magic circle form. The Roman almost immediately raised her hand to throw this damn human out. She thought with hatred in her heart, Halran Gaia and Odorfice are not in your hands. Let's see what you have to stop me this time. But it was at this moment. Dusk's will widened her eyes in shock because she saw Brando hugging her tightly in his arms, suddenly tilting his head back and then slamming forward. Bang! The Dusk Dragon immediately experienced the third pain since she was injured twice. This pain was even more terrifying because it came from the deepest nightmare of the merchant girl's memory. It was said that it was the most severe punishment, even worse than pinching one's face. He had only used it on her twice when she snuck into the underground of Georgandy Ridge and sneaked into the carriage on the way to Rushta. Only twice. It was enough to leave a deep impression on the will of Dusk. That was an unforgettable blow. Although it might not have caused much damage, she felt as if she was seeing stars and her head was buzzing. It was as if the world had been turned upside down, and she could no longer tell which direction she was in. At that moment, she suddenly regretted. Perhaps obtaining the body of a divine being was not a wise thing to do. Compared to the great will, these lowly creatures were far too inferior. Full of weaknesses, the third slate finally rose into the sky. It was also shining brightly, and 17 runes appeared one by one on the light golden magic circle. Fate. Wisdom. Hope. Martha's words, Martha's blessing, these were the expectations of a mother for mortals, the gift of a great will to this world. The 3 magic circles were instantly formed. They were erected, and the 51 runes were erected from the magic circles, as if they had obtained a third dimension from 2 dimensions. 51 runes formed a circle around the twilight dragon. Clusters of light lit up on the 51 runes and connected with each other. The world crystal wall was becoming stronger and stronger, and gradually solidified, as if it had formed a huge crystal wall. Brando felt that the dusk dragon in his arms was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually became similar to the Roman. But when he looked into the latter's eyes, there was only deep hatred in the dark vortex. He gritted his teeth, and made up his mind to let the merchant girl return to his side. But it was at this moment he saw another pale face. The dragon queen Gwendolyn was covered in blood. She was missing a hand, and the other hand was pressing on his shoulder. She half closed a bloody eye and stared at him with her remaining eye. "This is not a place where you should be, go, don't disappoint Constance." Brando was about to say something. Suddenly, he felt a huge surge of power, and he couldn't help but let go of the dusk's will. The next moment, he felt himself pass through the world crystal wall. There was a soft crack. The solidified crystal formed in front of him, and it turned into a crystal wall that stretched across the sky, blocking him and the Roman. The merchant girl's expression seemed to have become eternal, fixed at the last moment of the crystal's formation. The dragon queen's head was lowered, and she had lost her vitality. She was silently embedded in the crystal, standing beside her. He raised his head. He saw that the great sage, the elven queen, and Miss Tada were each sealed in a crystal. The colorless and transparent crystal was spreading up from their feet, as if it was formed into amber, and sealed them inside. Miss Tada? Brando was stunned. The fairy's face was pale, and she seemed to be using the last of her strength to smile at him. "Mr. Brando, it's a pity that I can't see the moment when you're crowned king. It must be a glorious and desirable scene." Brando was stunned. He looked at this scene silently, but he suddenly remembered the scene he saw in the tomb where the dear demoness Helene was. He seemed to see the witch queen in the crystal wall, and saw Kelsey and that strange man. "That is, he's my father." "I know you must have seen him before," the elven queen replied. "From the moment I saw you, I knew his ending, but I still want to thank you, Mr. Brendel." "My answer is still the same as Lord Odin's, we have never regretted," the elven queen answered. Tada nodded weakly, because the highest order is destined to not be obtained by mortals. The mission of becoming a saint is to take care of mortals, but the order of the past must die. Only mortals can survive in this war. We have never regretted the path that Lord Martha once walked. "Help me take care of Emily, Mr. Brando," the elven queen said weakly. "Tell her that I love her." The fairy had been completely sealed in the crystal. She looked at Brando, unable to make any sound. But there was a gentleness in her eyes. Brando seemed to see the nostalgia of the past in her eyes. There was a carefree fairy there. "Hello, my name is Rose." It was a crystal-like lakeside, with a beautiful stag, a lush forest, and beautiful memories. Brando. Elanta was the last to speak. She looked at the young man. This was the second time she had met Brando. Then she said, "Don't let Saint Tossel down. She thinks highly of you." Brando was speechless for a moment. That was the last time under the setting sun. The man looked at the 4 sages beside him and smiled helplessly. "Elsa is the opportunity of this world, and the power is already in your hands. And the next era will be an even more insignificant era. You will see that era with your own eyes, see the declining glory and glory, see the endless fall into despair, and see the last glimmer of light in the world of order, and I am just a coward who would rather die. Odin, there are no cowards among the crew's people. I will prove to you that humans are not that bad. The decline of the Myrnas is only because you are too high and mighty, arrogant and condescending." When the ancestors handed over the power to you, was the empire ever so degenerate? Degeneration is unavoidable. The man laughed in a carefree manner. The Myrnas, with their golden blood flowing in their veins, took thousands of years to complete this process, and the next era will only be more desperate and humble, like a long night without light, without a glimmer of dawn. You can't hear such despair in the songs of the nightingales. When the wind passes through the forest, it always brings the whispers of Goddess Elaine. Lord Odin, you and Teacher Tumun are not that kind of people. I can't see resentment in your eyes. You are reminding us. No, this is not a reminder, little girl, it is just a statement, without exaggeration. Because that era will be suffocating, so the people who shoulder the responsibility need to be more determined and full of courage. The Myrnas have fallen here, can their successors shoulder this heavy responsibility? I hope that you can be stronger than me, wiser than me, children. That way, you can see the future. Unfortunately, I dare not hope, because we have never succeeded, Lord Odin, we have never thought of wiping out the Myrnas. Mortals just want to have a place in this world. This is the recognition of history. Do the divine people still exist? Fanzin? Sometimes, my eyes can see through the fog and see the world in the foreseeable future. It is so small that it is like a portrayal of the end of the world. The kingdom and the people struggle to survive in the dust of the mortal world. The people forget their honor and the glory of the past. They kill each other with swords made of iron, and blood flows everywhere. Is that the world that Martha and the ancestors want? He shook his head. That is not the victory I want. Day and night, I can feel the pain and hesitation of the ancestors in my heart. Sometimes, it takes more courage to live than to die. Unfortunately, I am not a hero. I'm just a person who can't change but still tries to struggle. Just like Lagerwiesa said, I'm just a complete idiot. Gretel, Saint Tassol, Fanzin, Alanta, I can see your futures, and I think you are the same. Odin, I have never hesitated. Running away will not solve the problem. You are full of courage. Odorfice is the portrayal of your valor. It is always indomitable, as if it is wisdom shining with golden light. None of the four sages retreated. The man closed his eyes and sighed softly. 8. Strngth The Emperor and the Fool's Chance Meeting. Chapter 1191. Brendel watched as the crystal spread up the sage's neck, covering Eleranta's chin, lips, nose tip, and lower eyelids. The latter's eyes that were looking at him were permanently fixed at that moment, forming a whole piece of natural crystal suspended in the universe. The scene behind the crystal was like a faded photo, as if time had been sealed in it. The surroundings became quiet, leaving only the rumbling of magic and chaos in the depths of the void, like the howling of the wind, and the sound of the blood pulsing in the walls of the cavity. Brando remained motionless, the corner of his eyes reflected the halo above the atmosphere of the wound continent. Specks of brilliance flickered in the fluorescent atmosphere, dragging a long tail of flame as they fell to the ground. A flash of light lit up in the wilderness of the four realms. There was no sound in the universe, and densely packed spots of light lit up in succession near the flash of light. Brando blinked, as if awakened by such a scene. He looked at the scene on the continent and finally realized that the countdown to the destruction of the world had just begun. The sages of the past had sacrificed their lives, but they had only temporarily slowed down its pace. Perhaps it would take a few decades, or 10 years, or even a few years. Brando understood that there was not much time left for him, and looked affectionately at the merchant lady who was sealed in the crystal. He did not know how the players in the Amber Sword should fight against the will of dusk, but perhaps the only way was to find the Amber Sword. The Azure Knight once injured the Twilight Dragon with the incomplete Azure Lance, and in the previous battle, the only thing that posed a threat to dusk was the law of the Amber Sword formed by the combination of Halran Gaia, blade of golden flame, verdant, and shallow sea in his hands. "Wait for me, Roman, I will save you." He murmured, "I promised you that I would make you the biggest merchant in the world, and this time I won't go back on my word." "Where are you going?" Haku suddenly asked in his mind, to Fanzin or Madara. "Are you going to find the Scepter of Light and the Scepter of Darkness?" "Let's think of a way to leave this place first." Brando moved his somewhat stiff body. Previously, when he was fighting the Twilight Dragon, he did not feel anything due to the accelerated secretion of adrenaline. But now, the pain seemed to have returned to him. With just a slight movement, a heart-wrenching pain spread through his limbs and bones, causing him to furrow his brows. Large beads of sweat immediately seeped out from his forehead. You broke at least 3 ribs, your left forearm is fractured, and your calf is injured. Most of your injuries were caused when you fought the Twilight Dragon at close range. You underestimated the Twilight Dragon too much. Even if you have a new body and are suppressed by the world crystal wall, you shouldn't have been so careless, Haku said with a frown. When Brando heard her say, a new body, he felt a little unhappy. That was not a medium that could be changed at will. That was the merchant lady who looked at him with concern in Butchie and asked him with a timid voice, "Are you all right, Brando?" She was a living person, not a puppet of the Twilight Dragon, nor was she an incomplete memory. He clenched his fist and did not reply. Haku, who had thousands of years of experience in human society, was sharp enough to guess what he was thinking when she saw his expression. She sighed softly and said, "I suggest you take a rest. The flow of time here is slower than in Wonde, and the seal left behind by the 4 saints is enough to trap the will of the Twilight Dragon for a while. You still have time." However, Brando shook his head and said, "There's never too much time. Fanzin's orb of light is in the hands of the church. It's easier said than done to get the holy item from Fanzin's descendants. Not to mention the Mercury Scepter and the other holy items that have disappeared without a trace. Who knows how long it will take for us to find them." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Miss Tada and the great sage have sacrificed their lives for this. How can I let them down?" Haku did not refute, but reminded him, "It's not necessarily a good thing to have too much on your shoulders." Brando was stunned. This did not sound like something this woman would say. "You can think of this as me reflecting on myself. I've spent 1,000 years learning this lesson, and the bitter consequences are enough to wake me up. You've thought it through? What else can I do?" Haku sighed and said, "In the face of the inevitable fate of this world, the arrogance of mortals is too small. Perhaps I should find something more meaningful to do. You can think of it as me looking for excitement. It's like seeing if you can reverse all of this. It's as if this is the only way to give my dead soul a little vitality." Brando sensed a strong sense of world weariness from Haku's words. He did not know if this came from the woman's personality or her identity as an undead, because the biggest problem with the undead's immortality was that they had a tendency to self-destruct. Most undead that had existed for thousands of years would become crazy. They would either lose their sense of self and become a completely different person, or they would become the enemy of the world and have the desire to destroy everything. However, Haku's change obviously did not make him feel at ease. Perhaps the power of the Twilight Dragon to destroy everything had made her lose her original goal, and this was the most dangerous state for her. "Don't you want to see Medisha?" he asked. Haku fell silent. "Maybe there's a chance," she said, "but maybe she doesn't recognize me as her sister anymore. I've been deceiving myself for so many years, but with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I deliberately let her die." Brando trembled and almost fell from the void. He never dreamed that his casual words would lead to such a big secret. This woman must be crazy, he thought. The other party suddenly revealed such a big piece of information, and an unintentional bystander like him would be the last person to be silenced. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the other party's emotions were unstable. She might regret what she said at any time. At that time, she would come back to settle the score with him. With this woman's crazy and stubborn drive, that would really be a big problem. It was the first time in his life that Brando felt that secrets and rumors were so unfriendly. He wished that this woman would shut up, but he did not expect things to go against his wishes. Haku turned back and asked him, "A sister who killed her own sister, and then killed more people to make up for this mistake. From the beginning to the end, it was just to make myself feel at ease. How can such a selfish person deserve true love?" "You mean Mr. de Villefort?" Brando was surprised. He did not expect this man to occupy such an important position in Haku's heart. "That's why I killed him," because I didn't want to see myself deceiving others and myself. Brando's forehead was sweating even more. You have gone into another corner, Miss Tiamas, he hurriedly said. Maybe you have done a lot of wrong things, but you can't escape death and the judgment of your own heart. One day, you will put your soul on the scale, and those innocent people you killed will naturally pay for it. But self-denial is meaningless. Unless you want to die now, it's better to think about what we should do next. Besides, Medisha did not blame you. You are her sister after all. Brando could not help but wonder how much the little princess was hiding from him. Tiama's statement and her self-introduction did not match at all. He would rather believe this woman. After all, there were not many people in the world who liked to slander themselves. You don't have to be afraid that I will trouble you, Bai Lang said with a smile. I just thought of these things for a while. You can rest assured that I will not trouble you because of these things. I know that you want to leave this place, and it is actually not difficult. Brando thought to himself that it would be strange if he believed her. The personal experience of a certain Mr. Villefort was the best footnote to trust this woman. However, he was quickly attracted by the latter half of her words and asked, Do you know how to leave this place? He really did not want to stay here for a moment longer because it was not the Roman who was sealed here, but the Twilight Dragon. The only thing that left him with the deepest impression was despair and powerlessness. His strength was far from enough to control his own fate. The first meeting with the Twilight Dragon taught him a profound lesson. The merchant lady who was left there was a scar in his heart, constantly reminding him what he should do. Fortunately, he still had the memory from another world. That soul made him understand that he still had a chance and how to seize this opportunity. There was no quest in this world that players could not solve. There was also no boss that players could not defeat. No matter how sharp Bai was, she could not detect what Brando was thinking at the moment. She nodded and replied, The easiest way to leave here is of course to fall directly from the elemental barrier, just like the invading forces of chaos. Don't joke around, Miss Tiamas. Since you don't like this suggestion, then there is only the second way. That is to wait until someone teleports you back to the prime material plane. Who would do that? Brando was puzzled. What Eloranta and Miss Sprite sealed was only a will of the Twilight Dragon. Although this will should be the main consciousness of chaos, now that this consciousness has been forced back to the outside of the world's crystal barrier, where its main body is sleeping in the sea of magic, do you think it will be indifferent? I don't quite understand. It's okay, you will understand soon. Chapter 1192. Brando was about to ask Haku what he was about to find out, but a figure suddenly appeared in the void and interrupted their conversation. It was Dark Ko Hua. She sat on the back of a silver wolf and looked up at the world crystal wall. Then, she turned around and looked at Brando. She sighed and said, My lord, you look really bad right now. Ko Hua. Brando was shocked. Why are you here? The dusk descends and the wolves walk in front. Shouldn't I be here? Dark Ko Hua replied, My lord, we are enemies now. You are no match for me in your current state. Aren't you afraid that I will take your life? Brando frowned. At this time, the silver wolf under Dark Ko Hua suddenly spoke, My lord is a good person. You can't kill him. You promised me. The silver wolf's voice was clear and pleasant, like a string of silver bells falling to the ground. Brando immediately recognized that it was kind Ko Hua's voice. Looking at the two sisters, he suddenly understood. He asked, When you led the calamity of wolves to descend in Rushta, you did it on purpose? Dark Ko Hua nodded naturally. So you already knew that the Roman was the will of the Dusk Dragon? I knew it the moment I saw her. The girl smiled. Only my lord is cute and stupid. Brando clenched his fists. If he still had the strength, he would definitely choose to pounce on the she-wolf and punch her. As for whether she was a woman or not, he couldn't care less. You look very angry. Dark Ko Hua sneered. You don't know how happy I am to see you like this. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to take revenge because I will kill you soon. Sister. Dark Ko-hwa turned a deaf ear to her sister's words. She jumped down from the silver wolf's back and stood in the void, approaching Brando step by step. Brando immediately tensed up. He knew that his relationship with her was not as harmonious as it seemed. This little she-wolf had been holding a grudge against him for the battle in the deadly frost forest. Although he had once taken care of her and kind Ko-hwa, she did not appreciate it. You have so many enemies. Haku could not help but complain in his mind. These are Ekis' daughters. You didn't kill them. Are you blinded to them? They are wolves. Lady Tia's. Brando replied impatiently. What was this woman thinking? He did not kill Dark Ko-hwa because of his promise to the god of giants, Minus. Of course, he did not have the heart to kill kind Ko-hwa. Dark Ko-hwa approached him step by step. She sneered and raised her right hand. Her white palm and sharp index finger were like a sharp blade. But when she was about to strike, suddenly a white light flashed and another figure appeared beside Brando, reaching out to stop him. The first thing Brando saw was a dazzling silver hair. The girl's hair hung down from the back of her round head. Her silver hair was like a waterfall over her bare shoulders and back. Her waist was slender, and there was a layer of healthy pink under her skin. The girl's feet were bare, and the perfect curves from her buttocks to her snow-white thighs were displayed in front of Brendel's eyes without any adornments. She was standing in the air, completely naked, but it did not give off a blasphemous feeling. A pair of pointy ears swayed on the top of the girl's head. She leaned slightly to the side, smiled, and reached out to stop Dark Ko-hwa. She replied, Sister Ko-hwa, you can't kill this person. Brando initially thought that it was kind Ko-hwa, but he could tell from the voice that something was wrong. Kind Ko-hwa's voice sounded ethereal and pure, like an inexperienced girl. But this girl's voice had a hint of mischief. Although it was clear and clean, it felt like she was teasing him. Dark Ko-hwa looked coldly at the girl in front of her and said coldly, Timmy's, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. That won't do, the silver-haired girl replied with a smile. Isn't that right, Timmy's? Yes. She nodded again. You can't go against mother's wishes, Sister Ko-hwa. Shut up, you crazy woman. Dark Ko-hwa snapped. I don't care what kind of deal mother has with my poor 13th sister. If I want to kill him, it has nothing to do with Lord Twilight Dragon. This has nothing to do with you either. This is our personal feud. Is that so, sir? The silver-haired girl was slightly stunned. She turned around to look at Brando. She was naked, with only her silver hair covering her proud twin peaks and her flat and firm abdomen. But the girl didn't dare to be shy at all. Instead, she was very elegant and generous, like a goddess in myths. She looked at Brando with a questioning gaze. But when Brando's gaze met the girl's, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. He realized that her eyes were emitting a gentle glow, and her silver eyes were like blooming lilies. They were extraordinarily beautiful. By the time he came back to his senses, the silver-haired girl's slightly cold lips had already parted from his. She placed her hand on his chest and gently pushed away the body that was leaning on him. She gave him a somewhat sly smile. Brando was completely stunned. Of course, he knew what had happened, but it was as if he had lost that memory. When he came back to his senses, everything had already happened. I'm sorry, Mr. Brando. But if I don't do this, I won't be able to convince my stubborn sister. She turned around and replied to Dark Ko-hwa, now, the Lord is mine. All right, his lordship is now my lawful husband. You can't let me be a widow, right, dear sister? Timmy's. Dark Ko-hwa flew into a rage. Are you going against me? You're no match for me now, dear sister Ko-hwa, Timmy's replied with a smile. Besides, the other sister Ko-hwa doesn't agree with what you're doing now. Are you going to fight me alone? Dark Ko-hwa's face turned ashen. He immediately shut his mouth and looked coldly in that direction. Brando had yet to recover from his shock. The first thing that came to his mind wasn't the disagreement between Ekis' 12 daughters. Instead, he subconsciously looked guiltily in the direction of the sealed merchant lady. He felt that the space seemed to have become more oppressive. The surging tide of magic outside the elemental barrier became even more violent. The rumbling in the depths of the void became louder, almost suppressing the quarrel between the two she-wolves. For a moment, he felt that Roman was glaring at him with his eyebrows furrowed. But Haku didn't sympathize with him at all. She added insult to injury. You were licked by a dog, weren't you excited? Shut up, that's a wolf, Brando snapped. It's all the same. Did you have an urge to mate with her at that time? Lady Tiamas, please have some self-respect. If I remember correctly, that's your fiancé, right? Haku replied in a mocking tone. She chuckled and pointed at the realm barrier not far away. Brando was even more speechless. But he found it strange that this woman wasn't afraid at all. If he died, she would die with him. Or did she have the tendency to self-destruct and want to drag him down with her? He could only change the topic. Don't you think it's strange that Ekis and her daughters don't seem to get along so well? Isn't that normal? Bai Leng laughed. Ekis is ambitious. It seems that she has always had such thoughts. After the Sixth War, she was able to stay in Erewhon with her physical body. That explains a lot. What? Brando was slightly shocked. Although the players had fought against Ekis and her 12 daughters in the Amber Sword, it was before dusk. It was just a simple confrontation between Order and the Calamity of Wolves. From that point on, he couldn't tell that there was such an inside story. But he didn't suspect that this woman would lie to him. Because now that he thought about it, what she said wasn't completely unreasonable. The power of chaos was incompatible with the world of order. Although some of the crystal clusters, energy races, and insects would more or less stay in the prime material world after the war, Ekis herself was already a symbol of a law and existence. The higher the degree of coexistence between her and Wond, the weaker her loyalty to chaos was. After the Sixth Era, Dusk was injured by the Night of Azure, and Ekis' physical body went into hibernation in the loop of trade winds. Didn't that mean that she was already accommodated under Martha's law? No matter how he thought about it, there was too much of a problem. She wants to betray the Twilight Dragon? Brando couldn't help but ask. I don't think it's that simple. Haku smiled subtly. As far as I know, Martha stole her bloodline and left an exclusive human legacy for the witches. But this matter was tacitly approved by Ekis. I suspect that she has made some kind of agreement with Martha in private. Maybe she wants to be Martha, but not necessarily. Brando was shocked speechless by this heavy news for a long time. He was stunned for a while and was about to ask something, but it was at this moment that Haku's voice suddenly became serious. Don't talk. Don't bother about the two little she-wolves. Prepare for the impact. Your little fiancé might be angry. What? Brando was stunned. But just as he finished speaking, he heard a loud and clear crack. His expression changed drastically as he raised his head. He could only watch as a terrifying crack appeared in the realm barrier not far away from him. Dark power immediately surged out from within, covering the sky and earth as it surged towards him, towards the two little she-wolves, and towards the entire world of Wond. At that moment, the entire world was shaken. P.S. There might be double this month. Everyone, save your tickets and watch my performance. I'll continue to strive for full attendance this month. Chapter 1193. What did you say? What's Roman angry about? Before Brando could finish his sentence, the sound of something breaking suddenly came from the void. It was a loud and clear cracking sound, as if the whole world had been cut in half. Brando was shocked to see a crack forming on the world crystal wall that spanned hundreds of kilometers. The crack spread along the solid crystal surface. At first, there was only one main crack, but as it spread from top to bottom, it gradually split into a network. There was a second cracking sound, and a dull shockwave spread out from the world crystal wall, sweeping towards Brendel. A large number of crystal shards fell from the world crystal wall, and under the influence of the shockwave, they spun rapidly and flew towards the Tiamat Law Network. Although they were called fragments, they were actually the size of small hills when they flew closer. The first shockwave that spread out from the world crystal barrier swept over at a speed of over 100 kilometers per second. It was like an enraged consciousness. It was so fast that it looked like a stretched black whip from every direction. The fragments that were the size of small hills were swung around by the end of the long whip. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. Brendel's expression changed when he saw this scene. "Brando, dodge." Haku also used a sharp voice to remind him. Although she looked more and more cynical, she was not so world-weary that she would pursue self-destruction. Besides, even if she was going to die, she was not willing to die with this person who had caused her so much trouble. She was still brooding over the latter's relationship with Medisha. In fact, Brando's guess was not too far off the mark. This woman had never intended to make him look good. At this time, a crystal fragment whizzed toward him. It rolled up and down, and its size was as big as a mountain. Brando's heart skipped a beat. In fact, he was not in a good condition. Just as Haku said, he had suffered serious injuries during the close-range battle with the Twilight Dragon. His whole body was in pain as long as he moved slightly. More importantly, he could not exert any strength. In fact, if not for this, Dark Ko-Hua would not have been able to show off in front of him. However, Brando was not in the mood to care about the two female wolves at this time. He stared at the crystal fragments and made a prediction bit by bit. He first moved himself away from the trajectory of the crystal fragments. At this time, the mountain was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it whizzed past him. The shock wave that it brought with it swept across Brando's body and sent him flying. Like a sampan in a storm, the balance that he had been struggling to maintain was suddenly destroyed. At that moment, Brando only felt dizzy. More importantly, his eardrums were buzzing, and the roar seemed to cover all other senses. Blood oozed out from his nose, ears, and eyes, but he did not feel it. There was no place to stand in the void. He could only watch as the shock wave pushed him around in the universe. The sky and earth were upside down. Won's bright atmosphere was sometimes under his feet and sometimes above his head. It made him feel dizzy. In the depths of the void, the crystal shards that had fallen from the world crystal wall were colliding with each other and rolling around. Under the interaction, their trajectories immediately became thousands of times more complicated. Even under the calmest of circumstances, Brendel felt that he might not be able to calculate the best path between every two shards. Not to mention now. Moreover, even if he was lucky enough to guess it right, it was in fact useless. Because at this moment, his body was in pain and he could not stop himself at all. After the second crystal fragment collided with the other one, the collision of the two fragments, the size of two hills, made a terrible roar in the depths of the void. Brando watched as the place where they collided shattered into countless crystal storms that were as sharp as knives. He subconsciously raised his hand. The next moment, the crystal storm came crashing down on him. His body that was close to the sage's domain did not fear this, but these sharp fragments still scraped his body painfully. More importantly, his clothes were torn into strips, revealing streaks of blood underneath. In an instant, Brando seemed to have become a ragged beggar. However, he didn't care about this. He immediately put down his bloody arm and saw that after the two hill-like fragments were smashed into each other, they changed their flight paths. One of the hill-like fragments was flying in his direction, carrying the fragments with it. "I'm done for." Brando could not help but feel despair. He could not stop the momentum of his flight and could only watch as the behemoth came crashing down on him. Even though his current physique had surpassed most mortals in Won's era, he would still be smashed to smithereens in front of this mountain that was flying at dozens of kilometers per second. But at that very moment, the silver-haired girl who was still leaping around the countless crystal hills, exchanging blows with Dim Korfa, only turned her head back for a single glance. She frowned slightly. Then, in a flash, she disappeared from Dark Ko-Hua's sight and reappeared not far away from Brando. Before Brando could react, she reached out and gave him a hard push on his shoulder. Brando felt as if he was riding on clouds, deviating from his original flight path. When he came back to his senses, he found that the hill-like crystal fragments had passed by him in the distance. The direction he was flying in was getting farther and farther away from the world barrier. Instead, he was getting closer and closer to the bright atmosphere of Wonde. Brando could not help but wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. He turned to look at Timmy's slender figure with a complicated look in his eyes. Previously, he thought that Ekis and his 12 daughters had a dispute over ownership and ideology. But now, it seemed that he had become a bargaining chip. At the very least, Timmy's seemed to have come specifically to stop Dark Ko Hua from doing anything to him. Why did she do that? What is Ekis' intention? At this time, Timmy's turned back and smiled at him. Mr. Brando, you have to be careful. Sister Ko Hua is very angry. I may not be able to help you later. Is that so, Timmy's? Maybe so. Listening to the she-wolf's question and answer, Brando was speechless for a moment. Far away, Dark Ko Hua's expression turned cold. She stood on the peak of a crystal hill, clenching her teeth tightly as she looked at the scene with a sullen face. She knew that her power had weakened too much in the War of the Sixth Era. Moreover, she had split from her kind's side. Although she had inherited part of Minus divine power, she did not want to use the power of order at all. I am not the same as her after all. Dark Ko Hua muttered to herself as she shook her head. She took one last look at Timmy's, and her figure began to fade. Her illusory figure instantly shattered into pieces, turning into tiny specks of light and disappearing without a trace. On the other hand, Brando, who had just avoided a disaster, found himself facing a new crisis. This was because behind the thousands of crystal hills, the black shockwave from the world barrier was crashing towards him. Is this the fury of a little Roman? Brendel looked helplessly at the black ripples that stood in front of him like a tall wall. For a moment, he thought he really saw the merchant lady glaring at him fiercely. Do you want to die? Prepare to resist the impact. Haku shouted in his ear. Almost instinctively, a layer of lines of law appeared around Brando. The next moment, the fury of a little Roman rushed towards him. Brando felt as if he had collided with a tangible force and was sent flying. The feeling of the world spinning returned almost immediately. However, he had gradually become familiar with the feeling of losing his sense of direction. He raised his head with some difficulty, only to find that he was being pushed by the shockwave in the direction of Tiamat's web of law. In that direction, the bright atmosphere of Wonde was getting closer and closer. He squinted his eyes, and could almost see the mountains and rivers under the clouds. The first ray of dawn was rising from the ground. The first thing that jumped out of the horizon was a dazzling golden light. He hung upside down and could see the edge of this world clearly. It was completely different from the world he was familiar with. It did not have the arc of a planet, but a stretched straight line, like a chessboard that contained heaven and earth. On the edge of the mountains and the ocean, there was the outline of a city. He could even see the white waves that were rolled up by the storm, but the longer he looked, the more dizzy he became. After a moment of daze, he finally remembered his current situation. Although the large and small crystal mountains were no longer a threat to him after he was pushed away by the shockwave, now he had to face another situation. That was the problem of how to fall into the atmosphere. Although he did not know how high Wonde's elemental barrier was, he could imagine that if he fell like this, even a true god would be half dead. The speed of his fall was getting faster and faster. Although the distance between him and Wonde did not change, he gradually felt that he was getting closer to Tiamat's web of law. He looked up and found that the silver web had lit up. Almost in an instant, he passed through the giant net. Chapter 1194. As soon as he entered the elemental barrier, Brando immediately noticed the anomaly. He found that when he observed it from outside the law of Tiamat, the latter was a giant network formed by interweaving silver rays of different thicknesses that covered the entire sky of Wonde. But after entering the network, the world became different. First of all, the orderly light rays disappeared. When he observed it from the inside, it was no longer a crisscrossing light beam. Brando was shocked to find that he seemed to have entered a huge world of constructs. The black metallic constructs floating in the universe were a bit like the divine constructs in Hazel's mythology. They were black, cone-shaped metal bodies, covered with a crystal lattice network, and extended to the left and right sides like solar panels. But instead of silicon crystals, they were prismatic, translucent rosin crystals. Tens of millions of these strange constructs were suspended in the atmosphere hundreds of kilometers away from Vaunt. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a giant array with thousands of layers from top to bottom, with no end in sight from left to right. And in between these constructs, there were a few particularly large irregular geometrical objects made of the same material, but Brando always felt that these things were like spaceships suspended in space. When he first saw those things, they were a bit familiar, but when he took a closer look, he suddenly remembered where he had seen similar things. His memory flashed across the endless snowy plains and glaciers in the center of the dead frost forest. There were similar black towers standing on the glaciers. They were like fragments of a giant, falling from the sky and falling to the ground, drawing deep trenches on the glaciers. The origin of these towers was recorded in the literature. They were the remains of the giant god Milos. But what the hell were these things? For a moment, Brando forgot that he was still falling. He stared blankly at the orderly rows of constructs. Occasionally, they would emit a flash of light, which would disappear in a flash, only to reappear next to it a moment later. The light passed down from one construct to the next, forming a silver chain of light in the distance. This was the law of Tiamat. This was the law of Tiamat. A thought flashed through Brendel's mind, and he shuddered at the thought. But what are these tens of millions of divine artifact constructs? But Brando's mind was in a daze. But Bai was not in a daze with him. Her calm voice quickly came. Don't be in a daze. Find a way to stabilize the altitude. You don't really want to fall like this, do you? Brando suddenly woke up. And it was at this time that he suddenly saw a flash of light on the huge irregular geometrical object in the distance. A beam of light came from that direction and shone on him. The light was very similar to Gwendolyn's holy position attack with the help of the Dragon of Fury, Alphonse. Brando was almost scared out of his wits. That was a god's attack that even the Twilight Dragon did not dare to touch. How could he withstand it? He originally thought that it was a self-defense produced by the law of Tiamat. But when the light shone on him, Brando found that he was not annihilated. Instead, a gentle force suddenly appeared between the net of Tiamat. It held Brando firmly. What is this? Brando could not help but be surprised. Then he saw a small figure flying out from that direction. It was Malurcha, Fayez, and Lute. The little fairy prince waved at him and shouted. Mr. Brando, over here. Lute, is that you? Lute quickly shook his head. That is the will left behind by Lord Crystal. The gods are protecting us. The gods? Brando was stunned. But it was at this time that Bai screamed again. Watch out, the second wave of impact. Everyone turned around at the same time, just in time to see the second shockwave spreading out from the crumbling realm barrier. Its speed was even faster, bringing with it a small mountain of crystal shards as it swarmed towards them. Ah! Fayez screamed in fright. She instinctively wanted to hide behind Malurcha. But at this time, Lute grabbed her and said to the crystal stag, Quick, go down. Mr. Brando needs your help, Lord Malurcha. Malurcha narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his head and glanced at the oncoming storm. He nodded, turned around, and sped down. Brando did not notice what was happening here at all because he was desperately flying toward a nearby construct. He wanted to hide behind that construct before the shockwave arrived. But it was at this moment that he suddenly felt a bright light explode from behind him. He couldn't help but turn his head instinctively. He happened to see that in the entire net of Tiamat's laws, every construct that was floating hundreds of kilometers above Won's atmosphere was brightening. In his eyes, beam after beam of light shot out from these constructs. Each beam hit one of the crystal mountains. These beams of light disappeared in a flash and stayed on his retina for less than 1,000th of a second. But it was at this moment that the crumbling band of crystal mountains actually brightened. The fire from the explosion seemed to ignite this band of light. They all turned into a ball of burning flames in the same space and finally turned into smoke and disappeared. It was as if a wall of fire had been created in the void, but it only lasted for a few seconds before completely disappearing. In the end, only the raging shockwave was left. Brando let out a muffled groan. He instantly felt himself being drowned in the storm again. His falling speed increased again, but this time he finally had time to react. When the impact brought him down to the middle and lower levels of the net of Tiamat's laws, he used all his strength to fly toward one of the constructs. That construct did not look too big from afar, but when he got closer, he realized that it was not much smaller than the crystal mountains he had seen before. His falling speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, that cone-shaped construct presented a huge shadow in his field of vision. At this moment, it looked almost the size of an asteroid. The flat shadow quickly spread out in front of Brando. Brando knew that he was about to hit the ground soon, so he quickly used the last of his strength to curl himself into a circle as much as possible to prevent the impact of the landing from damaging his more fragile internal organs. There was a loud boom. He had already crashed into one of the shadow surfaces of the construct like a meteor, leaving a huge dent in the surface in an instant. Then he screamed as he was bounced up and rolled down along the flat shadow surface, as if he was about to fall into the void again in an instant. Brando quickly reached out to grab any place he could grab, but unfortunately, he was falling too fast, and the surface of the construct was too flat. There was no place for him to grab and stop. He was about to leave the surface of this huge construct, but it was at this moment that Brando suddenly felt his back lighten, as if something was supporting him from the opposite direction. He turned his head with some effort and just happened to see that he had crashed heavily into Malurcha, bringing Fiath and Lute down with him. "Get out of my way." He was shocked and could not help but say angrily, "Are you crazy?" Brando almost did not need to calculate to know that Malurcha and Fiath could not stop him. They were too weak and would only be unnecessarily dragged into the atmosphere by him. If he said that he had the strength to fight with his saint body, then for Malurcha and Fiath, it was almost certain death. "My lord, we are only your summoned creatures." Malurcha seemed very calm at this moment. "What about Lute?" Brando said as he looked at the little fire fairy prince and Fiath who were desperately pulling at the corners of his clothes and flapping their little wings to fly up. "Adorer of the golden flames, dying for you is the honor of every person of the flame." Lute answered with a face full of righteousness. "I would rather not have such an honor," but it was at this moment that Bai's voice rang out again. "Brando, get ready." "What?" Brando raised his head instinctively. Amidst his horrified gaze, he saw the realm crystal wall crumbling entirely. It was no longer crumbling into pieces like before. Instead, it was crumbling into pieces. Black magic energy surged out from within, revealing the pitch-black void behind it. Mistata and the others had sacrificed their lives to seal the will of dusk, and now it was about to break free so quickly? The first thing he saw was not the even more violent and terrifying spatial storm, but a thought that suddenly flashed through his mind. It was a somewhat sorrowful, even despairing thought. However, Bai flatly denied his conjecture. "You're thinking too much. That is Martha's authority. Dusk's will is now much weaker because of the lowering of Won's order. It can't break free of this trap that Lady Martha set for it so quickly. Then this is. It's obvious that it doesn't want to give us too much time. This war has already begun, and the Holy One will no longer be able to seal it as tightly as Odin did in the previous era. The battlefield outside the world crystal wall will probably overlap with the prime material plane." "What do you mean?" Brando did not quite understand. "That is what we will see on the final battlefield," Bai replied. "It's the same for your Silver Queen. But that's not important. I want you to be prepared. Do you still want to return to Wond?" "What?" Brando was stunned for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened. Because he saw a hazy white shadow suddenly rise from his body. If he was not mistaken, it was Bai's soul. The outline of this woman's soul was somewhat unstable, but it was vaguely the same as when Metz last met her. Bai's soul lay on Brando's body, looking down at him with a somewhat cold gaze. Listen to me. First, the will of the Dusk Dragon will break through the elemental barrier. You only have one chance to seize the opportunity to enter the spatial rift. Because of the direction of the flow of magic, you will definitely enter the prime material plane. Of course, this is dangerous, but at least it's much less dangerous than you falling from the atmosphere. If you really die because of this or get sucked into an unknown place by magic, then blame Mother Marcia for not protecting you. Second, the Mercury staff can indeed reshape the body. I'm not lying to you, but perhaps only that person knows the method. If you want, you can go and deal with her. I believe you will definitely go. Brando was slightly stunned. In fact, he had already seen the black spatial rift flashing in the storm. But he understood the meaning of this woman's words. He could not help but ask, "Where are you going?" Bai Ling smiled coldly. "Sorry, I lied to you again, but this is the last time. I want to thank you for bringing me to this place. Remember, I owe you a favor. It's a pity that I can't tell you where this place is." After saying that, she gently pushed Brando with her hand. Then, the two of them separated in midair. Lady Tiamas. Brando could not help but shout. But Bai only glanced at him, and then disappeared into the void. Chapter 1195. What was the law of Tiamat? If this question was asked to the natives of Wonde, you would get the same answer. It was the blessing of Lady Martha. And in the Amber Sword, the players did an in-depth investigation of this strange phenomenon that only belonged to the world of Wonde. The answer they got was, this was the general name of the world order, the core of the elemental barrier that surrounded the entire world, and the basic law that bound the elements that formed the cornerstone of this world. There was a clearer description of this in the Pale Epic. Martha and the 4 elven lords made a covenant and personally sent down the law of Tiamat, using the law to bind the boundaries of the elements, so that the cornerstone of the world of Wonde could be established. But in fact, the law of Tiamat could be observed. Whether it was standing on the ground of Wonde, looking up at the sky, or casting a glance in the direction of the elemental barrier from the chaotic sea of magic. It was a magnificent silver network made of beautiful curves and straight lines. And this giant net spanned tens of thousands of miles in the sky. Whether it was cloudy or a cloudless afternoon, people could always see its existence. But few people had seen the real thing. Brando was no exception. The moment before Haku disappeared, although he did want to ask more questions, the other party obviously did not intend to give him the chance. Her pale, illusory figure flickered slightly in the void, and Brando watched her disappear into the dark metal material plane. Then the huge structure seemed to light up imperceptibly, and then returned to silence. Brando reached out in that direction, but helplessly found that he could not catch the other party at all. All he could see was the tens of millions of structures that lay across the void, shining with a metallic luster. They were arranged in a huge array, forming a giant net. I brought her here? What are these things? What does this woman want, and what does she mean by those words? Brando's mind was confused and puzzled for a while. Haku's behavior was so different from the Haku Tiamas he was familiar with, the Grim Reaper under the Black Rose who disdained to play tricks, the Angel of Death with a giant scythe. However, since the other party appeared in his spiritual world, she had lied time and time again, and her actions were obviously just to hide the true intention of this moment. Brando fell, but his eyes quietly looked at the huge array in front of him that lay across the dark space. So what did this woman want? What secrets were hidden here that the other party did not hesitate to use the eternal immortality as an excuse, and even revealed secrets like the Mercury staff and elemental scepter to him? This thought rose in his mind uncontrollably. Although Brendel had the same doubts when he first saw this huge array, he still had the same doubts. However, at that time, the storm that blew in from the realm crystal wall had extinguished these random thoughts. He had been in danger several times already, so he didn't have the time to think too much. However, at this moment, this thought took root and sprouted in his heart, growing stronger and stronger. Because he thought of another question. He thought of this world. Brando remembered that in the game, the furthest places that players had traveled to should be the river of scorching heat and the depths of hell. And some players traveled between worlds with the plane traveler's fleet. They had been to many unknown worlds and broken planes, and even traveled for a long time in the gray segment, making enemies with the ether predators. But there was a common sense: no one could reach the outside of the elemental barrier. A force known as the world cover surrounded the four outer worlds of the Wound, the shallow sea, the mountain of ceasing storms, the stone pivot, and the river of scorching heat. When people tried to pass through it, they would be sent back by the opposite force, and there was no escape. But when the Dragon Queen pulled out the cornerstones of the four elemental planes laws, the situation became a little different. The shallow sea and the mountain of ceasing storms collapsed one after another, followed by the stone pivot and the river of scorching heat. When the four elemental planes that surrounded the Wound disappeared, the barrier between the Wound and the elemental barrier disappeared. Brando was not sure if he was the only person who was lucky enough to witness this scene in thousands of years, but at least he was sure of one thing. He must be the only player who was lucky enough to witness all of this with his own eyes. But when he saw this spectacular scene, this question flashed in his mind: then, what did all of this mean? Fayez and Root were shouting in his ears. The storm that represented the Twilight Dragons was roaring. Just as Bai said, the furious Twilight Dragon was knocking on the world's gate, trying to tear open the world crystal barrier again. Although she had not done so, the power of the entire world had been transmitted from behind the world crystal barrier. Even if it was weakened thousands of times, it was still enough to tear open the fragile elemental barrier. Black ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the space. Behind them were the laws of time and space that were frantically twisting and escaping. But Brando turned a deaf ear and turned a blind eye. His mind was in a mess. Unlike the education that the other soul in his body received from the other world, Wound in the game was an extremely wonderful world. The physical properties of everything in this world were determined by the description of the laws, and not the materials that made it up, the combination of the 6 elements of earth, wind, fire, water, nature, light, and darkness, as well as the nature of the elements themselves. Just like when people picked up a piece of shale from the ground, they could clearly feel that it was a physical existence and was material. However, everything changed when the Magi used their magical vision to analyze the stone tablet. They would first find that although the existence of the slate depended on the elements of wind, fire, water, nature, and even light and darkness, they could not determine its nature. Because only the laws surrounding it could ultimately determine the nature of everything, hard or soft, dry or moist. How malleable was it? Was it brittle? When the laws described it, no matter what the elements that made it up were, it would show the physical properties that people were familiar with. Because the elements were only the material foundation of Wound, they were like the bricks needed to build a building, and only the design blueprint could determine what the building would eventually look like. It was like the process of a programmer labeling and injecting data into a thing he created. No matter how the zeros and ones in the language he wrote down, in the end, what would appear in front of the players would be what the thing should look like in the game. In the Amber Sword, the logic of the world was in line with its setting as a game, so the players did not care about it. But since coming to this world, some problems have arisen. If Wound was no longer a game world, then how did this world with one or more creators work? Why did it show almost the same nature of the world as in the game? Brando was not a poet who needed to explore the truth of the universe, and of course, he was not one of those wizards who lived in towers all their lives in pursuit of ultimate knowledge and mysteries. So he rarely thought about such questions. In fact, there were many problems that he needed to solve, whether it was the chores of ABs, the troubles in Erewhon, or the covetous Madara at the border, or the ambitious Empire. It seemed that even if he had to deal with these things one by one, it would take up all his time and effort, and he would not have the opportunity to think about these trivial problems. After all, he did not think that one day, unexpected events might force him to think about such a problem. What was this world? But it was not that he did not think about it at all. When he first arrived in this world, when he lay in the countryside of the Green Village with Roman and Freya and looked up at the stars, he also had this question in his mind. He once hoped that this world was just a dream of his, that he could wake up from his dream at any time and return to the civilized and orderly world that originally belonged to him. When he woke up from his bed and opened the door of his room, he could see the familiar, teasing smile of Senior in black tea, telling him that it was just a prank. But as he went deeper into this dream, he personally changed the kingdom bit by bit, changed the fate of many people, and saw those familiar names around him, no longer repeating their sad and bleak ending. This hope gradually became a nightmare in his mind that he could not get rid of. Every time he talked to Amandina, every time he listened to the strange ideas of the little Roman, every time he strolled in the afternoon sun of AB's castle, watching the shadows of the leaves on the ground of the courtyard, he could not help but wonder if this was a dream, and if he would wake up and find that all this was just his imagination. Every time such a thought came to his mind, he could not help but feel depressed and uneasy. He even had several similar nightmares, in which all his uneasiness and fear turned into reality. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he was already soaked in cold sweat. As time passed, this nightmare gradually expanded. Sometimes, he would even wonder if this world was still a game. He sometimes even thought about it this way. Perhaps the world itself was still a game, and when he woke up, he would find that everything he had experienced was still just data in the game. Chapter 1196. This thought lingered in his mind, and it was more realistic than all the nightmares he had experienced. Because if he didn't explain it this way, he couldn't explain why this world was still exactly the same as in the Amber Sword. He couldn't explain his transmigration, nor could he explain the system he had. He couldn't explain this world that could be digitized by the game data of the past. Because of this, he didn't dare to explore too much. He was afraid that he would accidentally discover the truth of this world. He carefully controlled his gaze within an acceptable range, as if pretending that all these things that didn't make sense didn't exist. It sounded like an ostrich, but for Brando, it was a choice he had to make. Otherwise, he really suspected that he would go crazy in this dream that he couldn't wake up from. Self-doubt and denial would always destroy all people's beliefs. But at this moment, when the law of Tiamat behind the elemental barrier tore open the veil and revealed the true side of the world in front of him, he found that all his previous speculations seemed to have lost their ground. Brando had to stare at the huge array in the void without moving, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to feel lucky or uneasy. This might not be a virtual world, or a world in a dream. The myth described in the Pale Epic went like this: Martha and the 4 elven lords made a covenant, and personally sent down the law of Tiamat, using the law to constrain the boundaries of the elements, so that the foundation of the world of Wond could be established. This was a chapter in the Book of Creation, or to be exact, the first section of the second chapter of the Book of Creation. This was the history that happened in the first breath of the world after it was born in the light. The natives believed in it, but the players thought it was just a fictional, but imaginative description. Brando used to think so too. So in his imagination, the law of Tiamat in the myth should be a huge invisible order that shrouded the entire world of Wond. Martha's supreme divine power created this world, and such a miraculous power ran through the world of Wond. People couldn't see it, and they couldn't touch it. For a long time, people only felt the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the alternation of the seasons, the circulation of the atmosphere, and everything in Wond. Its only form should be the strands of silver law, which were the most basic rules and truths of the world of Wond. They intertwined and combined to form everything in this world. Just like the shale stone slab mentioned earlier, and in the game, this so-called law of Tiamat should be a piece of data. It didn't require too much power or miracles. As long as the designer set a definition for it, it would be like a game engine of the Amber Sword. Naturally, it would be able to support the rising and setting of the sun, the changing of the seasons, and the laws of all things in this world. But no matter which guess it was, at the very least, it shouldn't have appeared in front of him like this. Some cold rows of black metal constructs, far and near, tens of millions of them hung in the sky hundreds of kilometers away from Wond's atmosphere. It was like a 1,000-kilometer-wide ring of stars, although this ring was parallel to the Earth and had no curvature. Brando didn't know if this thing was Martha's creation, or a miracle created by the gods and Martha together. But this cold behemoth in front of him was obviously the legendary law of Tiamat, which laid the foundation of all the laws of Wonde. After the gods left, it took over and controlled everything in the world of Wonde. The formation of every rock and soil, the process of every raindrop solidifying from the clouds and falling to the ground, the flow of rivers, the growth of all things, even the decline and rise of civilizations, the birth and death of life, all were under its control. If this world was still a game, then it obviously didn't need such a strange existence. The game engine of the Amber Sword by the designers obviously didn't need a physical existence in the game. Then all of this was too strange. What are they? Brando couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. When he finally sorted out such a thought from his own thoughts, he came back to his senses and heard Fyeth and Lute shouting at him in his ears. "Mr. Brando, what's wrong with you?" "What are those, Lute, do you know?" Brando couldn't help but ask. The storm from the world's crystal wall was passing through the entire network of Tiamat, but the metal constructs suspended in the void were motionless in the storm, as if they were not affected by anything. "I don't know, Mr. Brando." Lute shook his head. "But these must be the legacy left to us by the gods. I feel the breath of the ancestors, the dragons, and Martha from them." As he spoke, he pulled out the flame sword from his back and said loudly, "But that's not important now, Mr. Brando. We may be falling into the Wonde next. At that time, I will summon the power of Odorfice and find a way to protect you with Mr. Malurcha. No matter what, you must reach the prime material plane safely. Falling into the Wonde?" Brando froze for a moment. "Wait, didn't Lady Tiamat say that we can pass through the spatial turbulence and follow the flow of magic to the prime material plane? Who is Lady Tiamat? When did she say such a thing?" Lute asked, puzzled. "That's..." Brando was stunned and asked, "You didn't see her?" "Who?" "Mr. Brando, are you hallucinating?" Brando looked at Malurcha and Fyeth, and the latter two quickly shook their heads. Brando was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was the only one who saw Haku. What the hell is that woman doing? Brando could not help but frown. At least he knew that ghosts were not invisible in the Wonde, unless the latter did not want outsiders to see them. He could not figure out why Haku would do such a thing and only let him see it. This seemed to be in line with her usual behavior along the way, being secretive. He did not know what kind of secret the cloud was brewing. "Mr. Brando," Lute shouted again. "You said passing through the spatial turbulence just now. What did you mean?" Although the Fire Fairy Prince claimed that he would sacrifice his life for the adorer of Golden Flame, no one would be willing to die if they had another choice in the face of death. Brando nodded. The Will of Dusk was attacking the elemental barrier at the moment. In fact, many cracks had already appeared on the barrier outside the Wonde. Most of these cracks were ruptures in space and time, which were naturally extremely dangerous for ordinary people, but for him, who had a body that was close to that of a sage, Haku's suggestion was not unreasonable. The key was that his own elemental element was the elemental element of time and space. As long as the spatial rupture did not kill him immediately, he could find a way to pass through it easily. After all, that thing was actually a chaotic teleportation spell. The teleportation spell used by the wizards in Wonde was not much better than that. In terms of the laws, it was far inferior. It was just more stable and safer. Right now, Brando could not guarantee the stability of the spatial rupture. He could only pray for Martha's protection for its safety. But at least Haku was right about one thing, and that was that the magic tide surging from the sea of magic would eventually flow towards Wonde. Then, at least the general direction would not be wrong. And going through the spatial rupture to Wonde was indeed much safer than falling directly into the continent of Wonde from this place. Therefore, he nodded and said to Lute and the others, "Malurcha, Fyeth, I will let you reset back to the cards of fate in a while. When it is safe, I will find a way to summon you. Mr. Lute, come into my bag." "What bag?" Unlike Fyeth and Malurcha who followed his instructions, Lute's eyes widened. He subconsciously looked at the waist bag that Brando tied to the belt of his sword, and his expression changed. "Wait, I am a relative of the fire elemental." Nothing you can do now is useless. Brando replied. He grabbed the little guy, opened his waist bag, and stuffed him in. Adorer of the flaming blade, you can't do this. Woo-woo. Don't do this, I will suffocate. Elemental creatures could suffocate? Brando smiled but did not say anything. He had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. He casually closed the bag, and the latter's voice disappeared without a trace. In the capital of the empire, Rushta had completely lost its former glory. In the city that had almost completely turned into ruins, hundreds of thousands of people had long been buried under dust and rubble. The few people who were still lucky enough to survive hid in dark corners and trembled, waiting for the crystal monsters that rampaged above the ruins to flip open the broken walls between the ruins and find them. Then, they would be killed one by one. A carriage that had been heading in the direction of the inner city from the Garden of White Roses of St. Condic Palace was now flipped over on the side of the street. The two knights in the carriage lay lifelessly on the side of the road. One of them had his chest completely caved in, and his whole body was pressed under a huge piece of the city wall. The other person was lying on a few charred beams, and his body was badly mutilated. It was as if his corpse had been tortured by some wild beast. But at least they were not too far away from their goal when they were alive. Not far from the flipped carriage was the manor where the Antibureau Principality's envoy group stayed. Although the manor had been completely engulfed in a sea of fire, and looked like it had fallen into a hellish scene from afar. Inside the manor, the corpses of the guards and knight were strewn all over the place. But these people did not look like they had died under the impact of meteorites and the scorching sea of fire, nor did they look like they had experienced a fierce battle with terrifying monsters when they were alive. To be more precise, their faces were green, and they were foaming at the mouth. It was more like they had died from poison. P.S. My hand trembled when I copied the article, and I seem to have copied the last paragraph wrongly. I don't know if it's true. Anyway, I will edit it again. If it's true. OTL. Chapter 1197. Before Magadal slowly opened her eyes, the first thing she felt was a burning pain. Her body was drenched in sweat, and her clothes and hair were stuck to her skin uncomfortably. Her exposed skin was burning with pain, as if her skin had been torn apart, exposing her fat and muscles to the scorching air. She groaned in a low voice, her long eyelashes fluttering, and the first thing she saw was her arm on the walnut floor. The injury was not as serious as she had imagined. There were a few abrasions on her arm, but the dark red scars were distributed on her snow-white skin, and it was a shocking sight. She felt dizzy and got up from the ground. She looked around in a daze and found herself lying on the bed. It was a luxurious princess bed, with exquisite embossing decorations that were full of the style of the Antoine Silver Bay. For such a bed to appear in the heart of the empire, it showed that the owner of this place took great care of his guests. But her Royal Highness' golden hair seemed to be covered in dust as it hung messily over her shoulders. She stared blankly at the scattered wooden floor and the rubble that fell from the ceiling. Only then did she remember everything that had happened earlier. The servants in the manor were screaming, and it was noisy. She looked out the window and saw the sky in the west had turned into a bright golden red color. He ran to the window and raised his head. Countless densely packed golden lines were reflected in his eyes, slowly moving forward along the pitch-black night sky above his head. Behind her, there was a sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs. It was the unique sound of iron boots stepping on solid wood. She looked back at the window and saw that the maid named Devi, who was being scolded by her, had a panicked look on her face. The door was slammed open. But at that moment, there was a sudden burst of light outside the window. The light engulfed everything, and it was wrapped in heat and heat. She looked out of the window again and saw the oak trees and lush leaves in the distance turning into pillars of fire. The heat immediately rushed to the window, and she felt herself flying. Her vision spun, and she vaguely saw Devi screaming and squatting on the ground. Then, she lost her memory. Right, where is Devi? Devi? She cried out, her hoarse voice startling herself. Her throat hurt as if she had swallowed a piece of hot charcoal. She quickly shut her mouth and frowned in pain. She reached out to support herself on the bed and stood up shakily. Outside the manor was a sea of fire. Burning trees, dried-up fountains, and toppled bricks. The raging fire reflected the stone slabs into a golden-red color. Strange shadows swayed in the light of the fire, as if it was a scene from hell. Tiv. Tiwei, are you there? Magadol walked through the dark corridor, her voice echoing in the empty mansion. She carefully avoided the corpses of the guards on the floor and found a shoe among the ashes and charcoal. The maid's leather shoes were obviously left behind later. She picked them up and then struggled to walk down the stairs. The hall was in a mess. All the lights had been extinguished, and it was pitch black. The door was wide open, and the light from the fire shone in from outside. She stopped at the turning point of the stairs between the hall and the corridor on the second floor, and saw the corpse lying quietly by the door. It was the cold body of a young girl, lying on the wooden floor. Her thin body was split into two from the waist, and her black and white maid uniform was stained with blood. She was barefooted, and her hand was clutching the Empire's Queen's seal ring tightly. Her eyes were empty, as if she had died with a grievance, and her mouth was slightly open. Magadol covered her mouth and subconsciously took a step back. Her body slammed into the wooden wall behind her, and dust and ashes fell from her head. But she did not feel it, and her eyes were filled with sorrow and disbelief. She did not know if it was the body of her maid or the ring in her hand that hurt her deeply. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind, and she came to her senses. She took another 2 steps back, and without looking back, she turned around and ran up the stairs. With a loud crack, the place where Magadol was just standing suddenly shattered, and a black shadow fell from the sky. It was a hideous beetle-like monster. Its forelimbs were like scythes, and it cut into the wooden planks, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The princess looked back at the monster in horror. Although she did not know what it was, it did not stop her from understanding the cold, undisguised killing intent in its black compound eyes. She lifted her skirt and ran up the corridor on the second floor. But when she reached the last step, she accidentally stepped on the corner of her skirt, and her whole body fell forward and landed heavily on the floor. She groaned, and her heart clenched tightly. She told herself that she had to get up immediately, but the fear of death was like a shadow that shrouded her, and her limbs did not listen to her commands. The princess's heart was filled with despair. She trembled as she turned around, just in time to see the worm-like monster appear at the staircase on the second floor. It hissed, raised its sickle-like forelimbs, and stabbed towards her chest. Just as Magadol was about to stab her in the chest, a dazzling blue light suddenly bloomed from the wound. It was like a bolt of lightning, and like a sharp arrow, it struck the monster's forelimbs. The monster let out a shrill cry, raised its head, and opened its back to reveal its wings. In an instant, it flew far away. The lightning flashed and disappeared. Magadol stared blankly at the scene before her. She felt a burning pain in her chest. She reached out and pressed her hand against it, only to feel something slippery on her palm. When she opened her hand, her snow-white palm was stained with a bright red color. Devi's face, which had died with his eyes wide open, suddenly appeared in her mind. She immediately understood that there should be poison glands on the insect's forelimbs. "I'm still going to die," a wave of dizziness came over her. She suddenly remembered the conversation she had with Griffin in Princess Erwin's territory. Her close friend had finally mustered the courage to resist her fate. But what about herself? Was she going to die here without knowing why? In the end, I don't even know what kind of monster killed me. Compared to Griffin, I can't accept it. Her breathing became difficult. She suddenly lost her strength and laid flat in the dust. Her eyes began to lose focus, and her vision became blurry. The monster crawled back, and looked at her from above. It raised its forelimbs, and carefully stabbed her chest. Magadol felt a sharp pain in her heart. She moaned softly. "What do you want, to eat me?" She thought in a daze. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She did not know when it started, but for the fate of this small kingdom, she had no choice but to shoulder this heavy responsibility. She was a devout believer, obedient and docile princess in the eyes of the holy cathedral. She did not need to have her own thoughts and opinions. Her only resistance was to wait quietly. Perhaps if she could become a saint, she would not need to be a political bargaining chip. However, the only person who had intruded into her heart had used an ice-cold sharp sword to end all of her dreams in the pouring rain. She still remembered the rainwater on the sword, mixed with her rose-colored blood, and the reflection of her own frightened eyes on the sword. Magadal coughed softly. She did not even have the strength to laugh bitterly. "I'm so envious of Griffine, she's so lucky," she did not know why, but in her daze, she thought of Brando. The Count saved her life, but she did not help much. Her own maid betrayed her and sold them out to Her Majesty the Queen. Hopefully, the Count would be blessed by the heavens and be able to survive this calamity. She thought silently. She suddenly realized that she was starting to hallucinate. She saw the dark ceiling twisting like a whirlpool, and then a black thing fell out from it. "What is that? Isn't it said that people can see their own reflections in the abyss lake before they die? But why is my hallucination so strange? Is this Martha's punishment for my hypocrisy?" When Brando came back to his senses, he found himself standing in a long and narrow corridor. This corridor led to the second floor of a hall. It was made of gray wooden planks that were placed on top of a beam. Not far from him was a window, and the cold moonlight shone through the window. It was like mercury flowing on the floor, illuminating a thick layer of dust. A skeleton stood in front of him. Its head was lowered, and a sharp sword was inserted between its empty ribs. The sword was 3 feet and 1 inch long. The guard was decorated with iron flower carvings, and the spine was engraved with numbers of different depths. 017, 1, 7. It was the kingdom's standard cavalry sword forged in the Long War. He still remembered a moment ago when he ordered Malurcha and Fias to reset into cards, and then grabbed loot and stuffed him into his pocket. He rushed into the oncoming space crack and plunged into it. But the scene in front of him was also so familiar. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Brando lowered his head subconsciously and found that his chest and abdomen were red, but a long and narrow wound on his left chest had been healed for a long time. He silently turned his head back again. In the darkness, the wall with the murals was blank. The damaged murals were scattered around the corner, and a ring was shining on the ground. He reached out his hand to touch his waist, but he felt nothing. "Brando?" A clear, slightly curious voice sounded downstairs. The voice was like a string of bells, falling on the ground in the darkness. It echoed clearly and had a magic that went straight into one's heart. Chapter 1198. Brando? A clear and curious voice came from downstairs. The voice was like a string of bells that fell on the floor in the dark. The clear echo had a magical power that went straight into one's heart. Brando felt like he was shot by an arrow. His whole body stood straight on the spot. He slowly turned around and moved his neck stiffly. His gaze swept across the dark hall and landed on a familiar face. The merchant girl looked up at him. She was wearing a thick leather skirt that was very simple in the Butchie region. There was a bulging leather bag hanging on the leather skirt. She held a hammer in both hands and pressed it on the leather bag. She wore thick gloves and a pair of somewhat playful round toe leather shoes. Her long hair was tied up high at the back of her head, and her smooth forehead reflected the bright moonlight. The pair of dark brown eyes reflected her unwavering curiosity and concern. Clang! The hammer slipped from the merchant girl's hands and fell to the ground. Brando opened his mouth. But he could not say that name. "Madara's army is outside. I'll take you away. This time, they can't stop us. I'll take you to fulfill your dream. This time, I'll make you the richest merchant in the world. Come with me, Roman." He had a lot to say. But he could not say a single word. The merchant girl folded her hands on her bag and smiled shyly at him. I know that Brando cares about me. Not only the Roman, but Brando also has his own dreams. We made a promise. Do you remember the first time we sneaked out on an adventure? That despicable merchant wanted to cheat us of our money. Brando fought with his life on the line. Brando, I don't know where you're going, but I'll try my best to follow you. Even if everyone hates the Roman and my aunt, Brando will always stand on the Roman side. So no matter what Brando wants to do, the Roman will always stand on Brando's side. Brendel rushed to the railing of the corridor and gripped the handrail so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he was going to break the wooden railing. At that moment, he suddenly understood how important the merchant girl, who seemed to never have any worries, was to him. He was destined to be a lonely traveler, a traveler who had to face the world alone. But in this world, there was someone who always stayed by his side. She was often muddle-headed, stubborn, and sometimes she would throw tantrums. Sometimes she would have strange ideas. She was smart, wise, and talented. But none of these were the real her. Only the merchant girl who always stood behind him, chasing after him step by step, had left the deepest mark in his heart. Brando, don't pinch my face. It hurts. He opened his mouth and was in so much pain that he almost suffocated. But in the end, he still shouted, Roman, come with me. I'll take you away from here. Go on an adventure with me. Do you want to see the other side of the Black Forest? It's the most magnificent scenery in the world. Let's go together, with our caravan, and travel to every corner of the world. The merchant girl's smile grew wider. She was so happy that she almost giggled. But in the end, she patted her little bag lightly. She raised her head proudly and said to him, I'm leaving, Brando. Why? Brando felt himself sniffing. Roman thought carefully. Because the road ahead is still very long. Brando, you have to keep going. I'll wait for you in front. Then wait for me, Brando blinked. He said solemnly, you have to wait for me, you have to wait for me, because I'll definitely catch up. The merchant girl smiled and nodded. I'll wait for you, Brando. She took a deep breath. She sniffed lightly. He pressed his heel against the ground and turned his body around with it as the center. She walked forward. The moonlight shone through the door and onto the ground, imprinting her long shadow. She took 3 steps, then stopped. She turned back to look at Brando, then walked out with satisfaction. Brando silently looked at the merchant girl's back as she disappeared from his sight. He suddenly raised his head and pressed his hand against the bridge of his nose and eyes. Outside the door might be the mountains of Bucci. But that night's bright starry sky, the bright river that stretched across the pine star field, I wonder if it still exists in this dream? He heard the sound of the mountain wind in his ears. It was passing through the wilderness, passing through the sleeping Bucci. The will of dusk finally broke through the law of Tiamat. A thought of this great will was stirring up storms and tides in the sea of magic, descending upon the world called Woned. The storm that was formed outside of the elemental domain resonated with the physical world. The tides of 1,000 years could be seen forming outside of the elemental barrier. The people on the ground saw the purplish black waves sweeping across the sky. Wherever it passed, magic vibrated, the borders of the dark forest stirred, and monster nests appeared out of thin air in the wilderness. But in Ruster, in Nun Princess Magadel's vision, she only saw the black shadow that fell from the sky and hit the monster that was tearing her chest apart. The latter was wrapped in a twisting force as it passed through the spatial rift. The moment it came into contact with the monster's entire body was flattened like a piece of paper, and it exploded. Countless pieces of broken limbs and flesh burst out in all directions, creating a rain of blood and flesh. She was finally awakened by the bloody storm. Regaining her senses from the illusion, she realized that what she saw was not a reflection of fate in the abyss lake, but a real upheaval that was happening around her. But just as she realized this, the black shadow had already landed heavily on the ground beside her. The walnut planks instantly exploded, and the broken pieces of wood fluttered like butterflies. Magadel felt that the floor had been penetrated by the black shadow. In fact, the entire floor had already begun to collapse, and she felt herself falling along with it. Then she heard an angry roar. Damn it! Lady White missed. Magadal used the last of her strength to shout in surprise. White Mist's mind was still in a mess. The chaotic laws of the spatial rift had affected her somewhat, but she could still tell that the owner of the voice was someone she knew. But she did not have the time to think about it. Because the whole world was shaking at this moment. The aura of the Dusks will descended upon the world, and along with the raging will, countless of stone slabs on the streets turned into dust in an instant. Even Magadal could feel the tremors of the outside world. She wanted to say something, but at this moment, she could not help but shut her mouth. Moreover, she felt that she was about to fall to the ground. But at this moment, White Mist spoke. Hold on tight to me, don't think too much when you pass through the spatial rift. What? Don't think too much, and thank Brando for giving you something really good. The noble manor where Antoine Bureau's envoy was staying at was turned into dust at that moment, but at this moment, very few people had the time to care about the fate of others. In the Saint Contapu Palace, the crystal clusters were pouring into the Garden of the White Rose. The Flame family knights were defending the entrance of the tunnel, but their defense line was still being pushed back. The sages appeared in the crystal clusters. The entire 1,000-year-old capital of the Kurluts seemed to be experiencing a terrible earthquake. Large pieces of the ceiling were falling off from the top of everyone's heads, the ground began to collapse, mud and sand were falling, and some of the tunnel entrances were inevitably exposed. In the blink of an eye, the crystal cluster army was swarming in. Little Nydevan was frantically looking for his daughter, but after the silver elf princess met the royal butler for the last time, she found that he could not be found anymore. The teleportation circle was being activated for the last time. The Shire and the rest of the witches stood on it, and only Noodle and Vala were still casting spells outside the circle. After entering the Holy Realm, the latter was able to teleport long distances without the help of magic circles, so she stayed behind to do the final work. As for the former princess of Erewhon, Noodle was determined to wait for Brando's return. Medisha wanted to go with her, but was stopped by the latter. At this moment, the few of them were looking at the east of Rushta with a solemn expression. There, a huge black sphere was suspended in the sky above half of the capital. It was like a black hole that was constantly rotating and swallowing all the ruins and gravel around it. It was sucking in the wreckage of all the buildings in the capital. This black hole appeared at about the same time when the Will of Dusk came to this world. It was suspended about a few thousand meters above the ground, like a huge black sun that was clearly visible for dozens of miles. What is that? Medisha frowned as she stared at the thing. Noodle shook her head. In short, it can't be anything good. The nearby space is becoming unstable under the influence of that thing. We have to teleport in advance. What about Mr. Nydevan? We can't wait. Vala will find a way to ensure his safety. You have to go first. If the magic circle can't hold on, we can't take all of you with us. Medisha and the Shire looked at each other, their faces filled with worry. But it was at this moment that the expressions of the two changed at the same time, and they exclaimed in a low voice, my lord has returned to Wonde. Chapter 1199. The caravan was a little quiet. Perhaps it was because they were close to the Kuzong's river, but there were always some unsettling legends in the nearby forest, not to mention that something like that had just happened. Na Exayan looked around and took off the leather waterskin from the saddle of the workhorse. He pulled out the cork and drank the remaining water in one gulp. He then frowned. The water tasted a little rancid. Fortunately, they should be able to reach the Kuzong's river before nightfall and replenish their water supply there, if there were no accidents. He stroked the strong neck of the beast and used his hand to grab the leather strap of the harness and put the dried waterskin back in. The workhorse snorted. This was an old horse with more than 20 years of teeth. Ever since he had made a living on the long border with his head on his belt, this old fellow had been chewing grass under his hands. The sky was getting dark, and the already gray sky was covered with a layer of dense fog. There was a thin layer of fog in the distant forest, and the corners of a few abandoned houses could be seen. Above the ribbon-like clouds, a few stars twinkled, embellishing the faint red color of the horizon. Na Exayan stared in that direction. The place where the sun set was the land covered with the flag of the Black Rose. Beyond the kingdom of the undead and the vast ocean, there was a prosperous human world. The strange phenomenon in the western sky had happened 3 days ago. On that night, the caravan stopped at Tormlo. Everyone was drunk, and it was only the next morning that they learned about the strange phenomenon that happened that night from the locals. However, he witnessed the scene of golden raindrops falling from the sky and falling below the western horizon. That scene reminded him of the disaster that happened 70 years ago. After the stars fell from the sky, it was not long before the monsters appeared. They formed groups and began to attack the villages and towns. From then on, the Rose Kingdom's border began to be abandoned, and gradually became an uninhabited wilderness. Fortunately, if that was not the case, there would be no value in the lives of people like them. Ever since the spirits began to retreat to the west, the desperados in this uninhabited land became more and more prosperous. Regardless of whether it was Rosaline or the Black Moon Lords, they all needed this fragile lifeline. If the skeletons did not have an eternal rest, they would need all kinds of materials. Many people were smuggling corpses and skeletons. On the surface, the Rosaline Lords strictly forbade such activities, but everyone knew that Rosaline's border guards were the biggest smugglers. It was a pity that this business was about to be cut off. Na Exayan looked at the withered villages in the forest and did not find it strange at all. There were too many such villages at the border of Rosaline. Previously, under the invasion of the spirits of the dead, humans could still survive in the forest, but the appearance of those things changed everything. Now, if the people here had not moved back to Rosaline's Wall of Sighs, if they had not crossed the strait to become refugees in Jiufeng, then they would have turned into a pile of bones. The activities of the monsters had become more frequent, and the spirits had retreated to the east of the Sea of the Dead Moon. Now that this fragile trade route had become longer and more dangerous, the number of people who walked on this route had become fewer and fewer. Na Exin. A middle-aged man rode a horse and caught up from behind. He let his horse pace and slowed down beside Na Exayan. When the shadow covered Na Exayan, he raised his head and looked at the man. The man sitting on the horse's back had a serious face under his flat forehead. On both sides of his straight nose, there were 2 sharp eyes that made one's heart palpitate. The vicissitudes of life in his eyes seemed to hide many stories. He looked weather-beaten, but his exposed skin was well maintained. He did not look like a desperado who rolled on the tip of a knife. He looked like a person who had lived a pampered life. People like him were usually nobles or knights from the north of Rosaline. Na Exayan looked at his warhorse. It was a real warhorse, not a mixed breed like a draft horse. The horse was as tall as a person from its back. It was slender and strong, and its fur was glossy. When the horse stood still, the perfect lines of its muscles were like a living work of art to Na Exayan. Na Exayan did not know how much this horse would fetch in Rosaline, but she knew that it was not a matter of money, because this was a typical ghost chariot. In the 9 Phoenix, only the most righteous knights would be able to use such a mount. Therefore, he did not dare to have any thoughts about this horse. The real desperados might have evil thoughts about the nobles of the 9 Phoenix, but he was just a street sweeper, not a butcher on the dark road. The middle-aged man was wearing a thin gown. His half-length black hair hung over his shoulders and was tied into a thin ponytail behind his head. He wore a black leather eyeshade that covered half of his face. A scar that looked like an earthworm peeked out from under the eyeshade, like a tattoo engraved on the right side of his face. His hand, which was wearing a mink leather glove, was always holding the reins. His other hand was never far from the hilt of the long sword hanging on the saddle. It was a bronze sword in the shape of a pishio swallowing its mouth. It was very different from the other sword styles in Wonde. Under the control of the knight, the horse snorted and puffed out a thin mist from behind the reins. The middle-aged man looked down at him and said, "Do you still have water?" Na Exayan looked at him respectfully and replied, "The water is a little rancid." "Is Miss Phoenix Flame thirsty?" "But the Chiu Sang Zhe River is just ahead." "Mr. Liu?" It's the person you picked up. He's awake? Na Exan asked with a little surprise. 3 days ago, after the strange incident, he picked up the young man from the streets near Tormlo. When they found him, the young man was lying under a low stone wall. He was wearing a strange overcoat and was unconscious with his face down. Na Exan knew that the place used to be the main road for the farmers of Tormlo to herd their sheep. However, ever since the monsters started wreaking havoc, the herdsmen had migrated to the west of Tormlo, leaving behind an uninhabited area. They did not know how long it had been since they last met a traveler who was not one of them. However, he concluded that the young man was most likely not a scavenger. First of all, the young man did not look like the people in this area. His hair was not black, but a beautiful dark chestnut color. His nose bridge was very high, his lips were thin, and his skin was very white. He was a rather handsome young man. Na Exan had seen the dark nobles among the undead a few times before. He subconsciously felt that the young man was very similar to those people, but he did not have a cold aura. Although the young man's clothes were badly worn, he could see that the workmanship was very fine. The shirt inside was actually made of silk. This surprised Na Exan. He had never heard of a scavenger being so extravagant. Not yet, the middle-aged man shook his head and replied, but at least he is reacting to the outside world. Miss Huanghua is taking care of him. Find a way to get some water. Then there's really no way, Mr. Liu, Na Exan replied. We can only replenish the water supply when we reach the Quzong's river. The remaining water has been contaminated. It's fine for us servants to drink it, but that young man is obviously from a privileged family. His body is weak now. If he drinks the remaining water, I don't know what will happen to him. The middle-aged man called Mr. Liu looked at the man who was called scavenger or vulture by the citizens of Rosaline. The latter's body was a little hunched. It was unknown whether he was forced to live a busy life or he was just a coward. However, Mr. Liu did not look down on the young man. He had been to many places and seen many things. He was not like those nobles who took the outside world for granted. He knew that although stealing and selling corpses to the undead was not something to be proud of, sometimes it was more important to live than to respect the dead. Some of these people were really depraved. They did things like robbers in the wild. He had heard of the butchers in the underworld. However, there were also some who were forced to survive. The young man in front of him was obviously one of them. When Na Exan saved the young man, he did not expect him to be a follower of the blind goddess. People who still had faith in the underworld were more worthy of respect than those who were completely depraved. Therefore, when Miss Huang asked to take care of the young man, he did not stop her. Moreover, he was also curious about the young man's identity. Unlike Na Exan, who had shallow knowledge, he knew very well about the human kingdom on the other side of the Sea of Dying Moon. Although the Nine Phoenix was isolated, it still maintained intermittent trade with Saint-Tossol and Erewhon through the sea route of the Sea of Dim Light. He touched his leather gloves and suddenly thought of another matter. Na Exan, I heard that you encountered a flood when you passed by the Quzong's river on your way here? Na Exan was stunned. It was as if a layer of haze covered his face when he mentioned this matter. To be honest, Mr. Liu, this matter is indeed a little strange. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied, You know that I am a follower of Goddess Irene. This bad omen has made me uneasy for a long time, to be exact. This was Na Exan's last job. Although he had not saved enough money, it was enough for him to live in Rosaline with dignity. As for returning to the Nine Phoenix, he had to think of another way. It was said that the Rosaline Lord had already made preparations to retreat to the other side of the strait. The monsters would not cross the sea to attack the swift plains. As for where the undead creatures would retreat to, that wasn't his concern. The news from the front lines was that the 12 Black Moon overlords were in a standoff with the strange creatures in the Field of Bones. It was almost a war. Although the spirits of the dead had already started to retreat, they would not lose the entire battle. He could not help but think so. At that time, it was like this. As Na Exan spoke, she recalled the situation back then. Chapter 1200. When Na-Exian described the scene, the two of them stopped by the roadside. A few heavy caravans pulled by tall horses were moving along the road by the edge of the forest. The ruts left deep imprints in the soft dust. In fact, when the scavengers' caravans were heading to Tormlo, their caravans were usually filled with coffins. That was why this road was called the Dark Road, or the Path of the Dead. Scavengers or vultures like them were frequent visitors to this road. However, while people looked down on their work and envied the gold in their pockets, they did not see many people shed tears on this road. It was said that these tears fell on the dust on the road. That was why the road was always so dark, as if it was always raining. At that moment, the caravans were on their way back. The caravans were carrying Tormlo's specialty, black crystals. Rosaline's lord had imposed heavy taxes on these items, but they were still able to make money with the high profits. These might be the last caravans of black crystals from Rosaline. They will definitely give us a satisfactory price. Na-Exian stared at his caravans and thought to himself. He had taken such a huge risk as the last scavenger to leave Rosaline and embark on this dark road. Everything he did was to make money. Excessive risks meant excessive profits. He was not a qualified businessman, but he was definitely a daring speculator with a keen sense of foresight. However, this journey did not go well. This was the trouble they had encountered when they were at Quzong's river. It was as if this journey had been precarious since the beginning. When the caravans passed by Quzong's river, they lost a horse. They also lost a caravan of goods due to the unseasonal flood upstream. At that time, he saw with his own eyes the scene of the coffins swirling and sinking into the whirlpool. He swore in his heart that he had never seen such a torrential flood. The Chiu-Sangze River had never been a hot-tempered river, even in the season between spring and summer when the flood was overflowing. Not to mention in late autumn. After that, they were attacked by a strange monster. Although they were lucky enough to escape with their lives, they lost 2 of their guards. The compensation for the deceased was a huge sum of money. Although Exian was a scavenger, no scavenger would dare to renege on this sum of money. Someone had done so before. Not long after, the old vulture's corpse was thrown outside the walls of Rosaline. After listening to his description, the middle-aged man did not reply. Sitting on horseback, he looked towards the north. The mist under the night sky was deepening, and the entire eastern sky was faintly tinged with a layer of faint bluish purple. Silver Moon Timmies was poking her head out of the valley in that direction. Silver stars floated above the clouds, like sparkling diamonds scattered in the mud and dust at the bottom of a river. Speaking of which, it can be considered as the blessing of the goddess. Ever since the young man I saved met Mr. Liu, the rest of the journey has been peaceful. You must be the messengers sent by the goddess to guide me. After Na-Exian recalled, she couldn't help but compliment him. Desperados were always superstitious about luck. Life and death seemed very normal to them, but they were often subconsciously willing to find some spiritual support. The blind girl Irene who had revealed the fate of mortals by the abyssal lake was naturally the best example of the fickleness of fate. As such, the faith of this goddess had always had a bright future in Rosaline. Exian was naturally no exception. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the mist-shrouded mound in the distance. He didn't see the shadows of the monsters he had imagined, which finally allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. As expected, the convoy arrived at the Quzong's river at 10:00 in the evening. This river was the natural border between Rosaline and the border. This meandering belt of light that flowed between Rosaline and the grey wilderness started from the Quzong's highlands and ran through the land on the other side of the strait. Since the era of the ancestors, the Rosaline people had relied on this river to thrive. However, it had been 20 to 30 years since hunters crossed the Quzong's river and walked on the small path in the grey wilderness forest. Ever since the monsters began to flood, this river had been given a new meaning. Ever since people discovered that the monsters almost never crossed the Quzong's river to attack Rosaline behind it. Even so, ever since the second starfall, the attacks of the monsters had become more and more aggressive. The humans had no choice but to start thinking of a way out in advance. The Lord of Rosaline had already built a new city on the other side of the strait. If necessary, the wall of sighs would have to be abandoned. The broad surface of the river seemed especially calm under the dim light. The surface of the river reflected the sparkling starlight, as if the flood a month ago did not exist. Gazing through the river, one could see the wilderness on the other side of the river. The few manors and fields on the other side of the forest had long withered. The residents here had retreated to the Qiuzhang's area and formed militia night to patrol the other side of the river. At this time, the knight should have already retreated. There were many shoals downstream of the Qiuzhang's river that could be crossed, but Na Xian looked at the sky and knew that they would not be able to make it that night. Moreover, the danger at the shoals had reminded them, so no one was willing to cross the river in this visibility no matter what. The campsite was quickly set up. A caravan traveling on such a dangerous route would naturally not be harmless merchants. The carriages had long been reinforced and there were a few leather shields nailed to the walls of the caravan. As long as the curtains were pulled up, they could form a barrier at any time and rely on the carriages to fight. Almost everyone in the convoy was armed and had their own skills. This was not only to guard against the attacks of the monsters, but also to guard against the more murderers on this trade route. Sometimes, their own kind was more dangerous than the monsters. When traveling in the wilderness, most of the scavengers maintained the habit of not drinking. In fact, these desperados were sometimes more devout than the Puritans. In the wilderness, only the sword could be trusted. This had always been the motto of these people. After the carriages formed a circle, the bonfire dragged the long shadows of the sentries around. Na Xian was not on duty that night, but he still did not sleep for a long time. Several times, he uneasily got up and looked at the Qiuzhang's river outside. The dark river surface seemed to be empty, but the premonition in his heart did not dissipate. He had been traveling on this route for decades, but he had never encountered such a situation. The last time he got up to patrol, it was already late at night. He checked every note outside the carriages before returning to his tent. However, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the middle-aged man he called Mr. Liu holding his sword and quietly guarding outside a carriage. He glanced over there. He was used to this kind of situation. An oil lamp hung alone in the carriage. In the carriage, Huang Huo was looking at the person lying in the carriage seriously. Although at her age, it was difficult to say what she thought of the opposite sex, but she could at least see that this young man was very pleasing to the eye. He was a different person from them. She was born in Nine Phoenix and had only seen ordinary people. Although there might be merchants from Saint Tossol and Erewhon in places like Jade Harbor, her elders had never allowed her to go to those places. In fact, other than the Nine Phoenix Forbidden Land, this was the first time she had left her hometown to go to a place so far away. However, she had begun to understand the outside world when she was very young. The sisters of the Nine Phoenix clan would always talk about the wonders of the outside world after returning from their adventures. This had once made her yearn for it, but she did not expect that after coming out personally, she would find that the journey was not as beautiful as she had imagined. It was even boring. Compared to that, it seemed that it was better to cultivate in the Forbidden Land. The cultivation of the Jade Phoenix clan focused on cultivating the body and the mind. Her Desert Wind swordsmanship was not even a beginner. The memories of cultivation seemed to be rooted in the bottom of her heart. Her sisters always said that she was too boring, but she did not think there was anything wrong with it. Between her and Sister Huang Yu, one day, one of them would have to inherit the destiny of the Jade Phoenix Master. Ever since Sister Huang Yu went to the west and disappeared, she had no choice but to bear this responsibility alone. She had worked hard for this goal since she was young. However, no matter what, she was only 10 years old this year and was still a little girl. Perhaps her personality was a little calm, but she was curious and kind in her heart. When the leader of the convoy picked up this young man, it was she who asked Mr. Liu to take care of him. She did not know if it was because she felt that the young man was pitiful, or because she was curious about his background. However, the people in the convoy did not know how to take care of people at all. They did not let the young man drink or eat for 2 days after picking him up. She suspected that the leader of the convoy picked up the young man simply because he obeyed Irene's teachings. Because the teachings of the blind goddess only required her followers to help every person they met in distress. As for what to do after helping, there was no description. She frowned and looked at the young man, guessing his background in her mind. She knew the places outside the Nine Phoenix, but the descriptions of Erewhon and Saint Ausol were mostly legends. Huang Hua's gaze fell on the young man's necklace. It was a very strange necklace. It looked like an ordinary crystal ball, but she found that as long as she pointed the crystal ball at the fire or the moonlight, she could see some mysterious scenes from it. It was like a piece of soil floating in the void. This thing must be very valuable. Fortunately, the people outside did not realize this. She thought that this necklace reminded her of some legends in her clan. Legends about the stagnation realm and the secret of the Nine Phoenix. As she thought, she gently pulled the young man's coat and covered the necklace. At this time, she heard a conversation outside the carriage. Outside the carriage, Exian was looking at the middle-aged man. He probably did not expect that the man would suddenly call him. In his impression, although Mr. Liu would occasionally ask him some questions, most of the time, they were two straight lines that did not intersect with each other. Mr. Liu? The middle-aged man gestured for him to be quiet. At the same time, he pressed one hand on his sword and his thumb on the Pishio's mouth. With a whoosh, he pulled out the extremely sharp bronze sword. Go wake up the others, he said. Chapter 1201. Na Exian, who had been on the streets for many years, immediately understood what was going on as soon as he saw the other party's movements. There was danger. But just as he turned around, a sudden scream came from the periphery of the carriages. There are monsters. The voice came from the north. Na Exian's face darkened, as if the uneasiness in his heart had finally become a reality. He did not have time to exchange pleasantries with Mr. Liu. He turned around and looked in that direction with a straight face. But the carriages surrounding the camp blocked his view. He had no choice but to walk in that direction and pass through the camp. The guards sitting by the bonfire saw him pass by with a gloomy face. They did not react for a moment. They looked at each other for a moment before picking up their weapons and following him. Na Exian came to the side of the carriage and looked north of the Chiu Sangze River. He could not help but gasp. Under the faint light of the starry night, he saw a dense group of monsters surging out from the darkness in the north. The creatures were like thin crystals. They stood on the ground with sharp claws. They had a long tail, a small head, and a long beak. They looked like ghosts in the dark. More than 100 of these monsters were emerging from the high hills, and their target was obviously the carriage camp. The sentinel on the carriage was shocked speechless when he saw this scene. His mind was filled with shock. Since when did monsters start appearing near the Chiu Sangze River, and in such large numbers? At this point, Na Exian was able to keep his cool. Put the muskets on the rack. Although he knew that he would not be able to survive tonight, he was not going to sit around and wait for death. He shouted to his men, "Prepare for battle." Most of the street enforcers of the underworld were fugitives. They knew that it was normal for them to lose their lives on the path of the dead. Besides, most of them were alone in Rosaline and had nothing to worry about. It was inevitable that they would feel uneasy at this moment. But after Na Exian's 2 low growls, they finally calmed down. Thus, the guards raised their spears and shields. Although their faces were pale, they managed to form a decent line of defense. The street enforcers of the underworld had been on this path for decades. They finally had some experience in dealing with monsters. At the very least, this line of defense formed by carriages was reliable in most cases. However, that was only if they were facing a few monsters. Against a monster tide consisting of over 100 monsters, it would only take a blink of an eye for them to devour a village, let alone a small caravan like theirs. Everyone knew in their hearts that there was no way they could survive this night. They would only have a chance of survival if they could hold out until dawn and wait for Rosalie's cavalry patrol to arrive. However, a small group of patrolling cavalrymen would not be able to save them. They would have to wait for the main force to arrive from the other side of the river. Not to mention how long it would take to reach Rosaline, they would not be able to survive the night. The members of the convoy each had their own thoughts. Exayan didn't bother with these people. He knew that these people might not be reliable at this juncture. If they didn't know that they couldn't escape the monster's pursuit, some of them might have already fled before the battle. Suddenly, he heard a blood-curdling scream. Slightly stunned, he subconsciously turned around and saw Mr. Liu using a green cloth to wipe the ancient bronze sword in his hand. There was a lifeless corpse lying at his feet. It was one of his subordinates. Black blood was flowing out from the corpse and meandering on the sandy ground. He saw the corpse and then saw the two tall warhorses not far away. He understood and couldn't help but scold them for being idiots. They didn't think that they could afford to offend someone who could ride such horses in the wild. He nodded at the other party, indicating that he didn't have to worry. He didn't want to offend a noble of the Nine Phoenix for an idiot. Moreover, he was still hoping that Mr. Liu could help. If they could survive the night, only this noble from the Nine Phoenix would be able to change their fate. Even if they were to escape, they would definitely be able to escape with their warhorses. He still hoped that if it really came to that, Mr. Liu would save him on account of his promise to bring them along. Mr. Liu, on the other hand, looked indifferent and nodded at him. Exayan turned around. His subordinates and guards were very indifferent to the death of their comrade. The underworld was a lawless place. Here, there were only fights between the strong and the weak. There was no right or wrong. Moreover, they didn't even care about their own lives now. How could they care about the lives of others? There were some who looked greedily at Mr. Liu's two warhorses, but when their gazes fell on the latter's ancient bronze sword, they resentfully retracted their gazes. Crossing a few miles of open space was just the blink of an eye for the strange monsters, not to mention that they were looking down from above. When the guards saw the thin and abrupt figures moving in the darkness, they couldn't help but fire a few shots. Flames suddenly appeared in the darkness. The light of the magic crystal fragments and the burning gunpowder shot far away, as if a giant dragon was spitting fire. These firearms came from Hazel and Osgang. They were sealed in crates and transported from a distant world by Nine Phoenix's fleet. Just like in the 10 Cities area, these powerful weapons that ordinary people could use were also highly sought after by mercenaries and merchants on the swift plain on the other side of the Rosaline Strait. Since more than 10 years ago, they had gradually flowed into the hands of black market merchants and desperados. The scavengers used firearms to fight against the strange monsters in the underworld, and they had achieved good results. But it was not limited to the current situation. In the area illuminated by the flames, some strange monsters rolled and fell to the ground, but they quickly got up. The history of the Hazel people's use of firearms was almost earlier than all the kingdoms on the mainland. In this country's firearms army, the frontline officers usually prohibited their soldiers from firing before the order was given. The Ibu Royal Guard Flintlock Regiment, who had defeated the Cruz People's Earth Dragon Knight in the Harlem area, once had their drill book that they were only allowed to shoot when the enemy was 50 steps away. But here, no one reprimanded the person who fired first. Exayan also understood that his subordinate did not have any manners to speak of. In a one-on-one fight, he might be able to fight valiantly, but in this situation, he was already very lucky to have the courage to fight. Fortunately, even though the scavengers did not have any tactical knowledge, they still had their individual strength. After all, there were only a few cowards who pulled the trigger in advance. Most of the experienced guards still quietly placed the monster in the position closest to their imagination. Then, a series of flames shot out from the side of the carriage. The strange monsters also lacked tactics. In most areas, their hunting method was to swarm forward. In terms of intelligence, they were not as smart as the wolves and wild dogs in the forest. But the difference was that their strength allowed them to complete this simple and effective attack. In the storm of steel bullets, the row of strange monsters in front fell. Some were hit in the chest, some were hit in the head. The crystal in the place where they were hit exploded, forming bowl-sized holes. But only a few of the strange monsters who were hit in the vital parts died completely. Most of the strange monsters could still stand up after being hit. Only when they saw this scene with their own eyes could they realize that most of them had the strength of a gold-ranked monster. The scavengers used the Type 2 dragon lance in the form of a three-eyed musket. After they fired the first round, they turned the handle and fired again. After 3 consecutive waves of flames, the flood of strange monsters only thinned by a thin layer. Everyone was sweating profusely as they looked at the rows of monsters rushing towards them. They were speechless. After 3 rounds of shooting, they roughly estimated that there were more than 90 monsters left. Normally, in a melee battle, even if there were only 1 or 2 monsters left, it would still be enough to cause the humans to suffer casualties. They really did not know how to fight the next battle. Finally, some people began to run away. Some people threw down their weapons with pale faces and ran toward the back. Xian did not look at these people because these people would not end up any better than them. Unlike the others, he could still maintain his calm. His eyes scanned the strange monsters silently. For desperados, most of them were calm, because those who weren't calm had long been eliminated by the harsh living environment. Although some of them threw down their weapons and ran, there were still a lot of people left. They unsheathed their swords and were ready to fight. Although they were facing a situation where they would definitely die, the scavengers felt more confident holding their weapons. They did not need to think to know what would happen if they turned their backs on the enemy. At this time, the fastest strange monster in front had already crashed into the carriage. In the eyes of the humans, it was just a flash of silver light. Then, the entire carriage shattered into pieces. The black crystals on the carriage danced in the air and scattered all over the ground. However, the humans at the back had expected this. They had already left enough space for the strange monster. At this time, they swarmed forward and were prepared to use the human wave tactic to hold back the strange monster. This tactic was the result of the scavengers' valuable experience after many years of fighting. The strange monsters were brainless and liked to charge forward. They would always fall into the trap set up by the humans in advance. However, this time, the scavengers had miscalculated. It was not that the strange monsters had suddenly become smarter, but they had never expected to encounter such a big situation. The spirits of the dead of Madara had been fighting against the strange monsters in the south of the Sea of the Dead Moon. For many years, they had been losing ground. Rosaline's scavengers had mocked these skeletons more than once, thinking that they had probably lost their brains after turning into skeletons. As a result, they had become rusty and could not even defeat the brainless strange monsters. At this moment, Rosaline's scavengers understood the predicament that the spirits of the dead were in. Chapter 1202. In the Land of Bones, the biggest problem for the spirits of the dead in Madara was that when the number of monsters was several times greater than their own, any strategy would be useless in the face of a flood of crystals. And at this moment, their reckless battle tactics became the best choice. The guards in the camp had just swarmed forward, but 7 or 8 monsters had already rushed into the camp. These desperados from Rosaline were at most at the peak of the silver level. After all, if they were better, they would not have to suffer like this. Even on the other side of the strait, there were many lords waiting for them to be their retainers. A silver light flashed in the darkness. The claws of the monsters were very long, almost disproportionate to their bodies on the ground. The 4 claws were like 4 crystal blades. They slashed from bottom to top, and the dust on the ground formed 3 long sand blades, which swept through the crowd. The guards standing there did not even have time to scream before they were torn apart. Their internal organs and minced flesh turned into a rain of blood. The flame of the oil lamp in the carriage swayed violently. Huang Hua covered the young man with a coat, then turned around and asked outside, "Mr. Liu, what's the noise outside?" "It's the monsters, 2nd Mississippi." Mr. Liu's voice came from outside the carriage. "There are too many of them. Those people may not last long." Huang Hua was slightly stunned. Although she was young, she had already grown into a little girl, as if she had walked out of a painting. She frowned slightly and pursed her lips. There was a trace of seriousness on her face, and her eyebrows were full of solemnity. She asked confusedly, "Mr. Lu, isn't this the Qiuzong's river? Why are there still monsters here?" When she asked this question, Huang Hua had already straightened her body from her kneeling position. She picked up her sword from the side. It was a green steel sword with a sharkskin sheath. There was a flying phoenix sword tassel on the hilt and 2 green jade beads on it. Mr. Lu's reply immediately came from outside the carriage. Something might have happened upstream of the Qiuzongzhe River. "Second miss, these people came about 17 or 18 days ago. There was still a flood in Luo Saline after the fall. I think this might not be a natural phenomenon." Huang Hua silently put on a pair of black leather gloves. It was unknown what kind of strange beast the gloves were made of. There were 9 phoenix patterns on the surface of the gloves, and between the patterns, there were flashes of fire. The gloves wrapped around her small hands, making them look as if they had grown bigger. There was a fine jade in each of the palms of the gloves. She gently rubbed the jade, and the veins on the gloves immediately became bright golden red. The little girl tilted her head and asked, "Then why didn't Mr. Lu warn those people beforehand?" Although her voice was childish, her tone was very serious. "Let me warn you in advance. They might cross the river overnight. I can guarantee your safety here, but it's hard to predict what might happen to the carriage on the river," Mr. Lu replied. "This may not be a good thing for them." Huang Hua replied, "Mr. Lu, please go and save them. I'll be right out." Surprisingly, the voice outside the carriage did not object. The latter only nodded and said, "Second miss, please be careful. The way of the Jade Phoenix depends on one's heart. The sword of the Hellfire Red Lotus will never retreat in the face of an enemy." "Mr. Lu, I understand." The voice in the carriage answered cleanly. Mr. Lu nodded and turned to look into the camp. Inside the camp, a rain of blood was falling. Although the scavengers of the underworld called themselves outlaws, few of them would not bow their heads in front of the Real God of Death. 7 or 8 monsters that had rushed into the camp tore a hole in the line of defense of the carriages. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt as if they had been doused with cold water from head to toe. The survivors immediately lost their courage. Although they did not throw away their weapons, they were in a mess. Na Xian could not help but feel cold. Although he had expected this, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He knew that once the line of defense collapsed, everything would be over. As long as the monsters rushed through the carriages, Luo Saline's cavalrymen would only need to collect their corpses the next day. There might not even be corpses left. At this moment, he did not have any thoughts in his mind. He had even thrown the little scheme from before to the back of his mind. Just as he was about to close his eyes and wait for death, a bright cold light suddenly flashed in the dark night. Na Xian subconsciously turned his head. Coincidentally, he saw the ancient bronze sword in Mr. Lu's hand that seemed to be able to split space. The sword seemed to be able to attract people's attention, causing them to ignore everything else in the world. In their eyes, there was only the tip of the sword left. The sword moved forward and split a mutated monster into 2. The terrifying monster that they needed more than 10 people to barely restrain was cut in half like a chicken or a pottery dog under this sword. The shattered crystal shards flew in all directions. Na Xian could almost see the monster wailing in agony in his eyes. The upper and lower halves of its body fell backward and landed heavily on the ground. Then, as if he was singing and dancing, Mr. Lu circled the sword around his body. A white light flashed from all directions. 3 monsters that were pouncing in this direction immediately screamed and flew back the way they had come. When they landed, their sharp crystal heads had already landed on the ground. He took another step forward. Under everyone's gaze, the sword in his hand was like drifting snow, landing on the monsters one by one. Each ray was faster than the previous one. In the end, only a vast expanse of white sword light was left. It was as if snow had fallen on a mat and sealed 1,000 miles of ice. Na Xian's eyes reflected the bright sword light, but his mind was blank. This was because he was not a native of Luo Saline. He was from the 9 Phoenixes. Steel Soul Sword Sect, Steel Breaking Force, Drifting Snow Sword. Before he could speak, someone had already cried out, the realm of Celestial. Sword techniques were close to the path. After communicating with Celestial and comprehending Dharma and Logos, one would enter the realm of Celestial. From then on, a mortal would grasp the power of the rules. It was a realm that no mortal could enter. As far as they knew, in the entire Luo Selene, only the leader of the Lord's Guards had such a standard. However, that person came from the other side of the Sea of Dim Light. He did not call himself that. According to the latter, the humans on the west side of the mainland called this step of comprehending the rules the elemental realm. Of course, no matter what the name was, it was extremely impressive for a powerful person to be able to reach this step. In the country of the 9 phoenixes on the other side of the strait, there were many legendary sword sections. There were countless genius swordsmen under the 9 Swords sect, and swordsmen in the realm of Celestial were as common as carps crossing the river. However, the country on the other side of the swift plains was too far away for the residents of Luo Selene. As for the existence of Celestial, they did not even think that they would travel together. Everyone was so shocked that no one could grasp the best opportunity to counterattack. However, the fact that a swordsman in the realm of Celestial had joined the battle at least gave everyone a glimmer of hope. The defense line that was on the verge of collapse was reformed. Mr. Lu did not notice what was happening here. Although he had killed almost 7 monsters with a single slash of his sword, there were already tens of times more monsters outside the campsite, surrounding the humans in the campsite. His expression became slightly serious. He probably did not expect there to be so many monsters outside the campsite. It was too suspicious for such a large gathering of monsters to appear in the suburbs of Luo Selene. In fact, he was suspecting that the people of Luo Selene had shrunk their defense line further. Otherwise, their patrolling knights would have discovered so many monsters moving around the Quzong's river. Na Xian had the same thought. The freaks kept pouring into the camp, trampling the carriages outside into smithereens. The priceless black crystals on the carriages were scattered all over the ground like stones, but no one felt any heartache. Even the owner of the carriages, Na Xian, did not have the time to care about anything else. He turned around and saw the scene of Mr. Lu fighting with the monster. The 2 strange beasts shrieked as they pounced toward the latter. The latter raised his hand to block the attack. The Steel Spirit Sword sect was the first of the 9 swords, which focused on defense and counterattack. It was a sword that focused on foresight and foresight. He casually raised his hand to block the attack. Before he could think, the tip of his sword had already pierced the 2 strange beasts. The 2 strange beasts instantly fell from the sky, dead. But at that moment, a strange monster that looked like a cluster of crystals suddenly appeared behind him and pounced in his direction. Be careful. Na Xian could not help but shout. Mr. Lu reacted quickly. He immediately raised his sword behind him to block, but he did not expect that his sword would block empty air. A monster in the realm of Celestial? Na Xian, who had witnessed this scene, was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Mr. Lu felt a chill in his heart. He immediately raised his sword to defend himself. In fact, he had already prepared himself to be injured. But at that moment, a bright flame suddenly shot out of the carriage. The flame was like a phoenix spreading its wings. It spun in the air and then shot straight at the monster behind him. Second young miss, don't. Mr. Lu paled in fright and hurriedly shouted. But unfortunately, he was already a step too late. Returning wind riding wave. The voice of the little girl in the carriage was extremely resolute. The cyan steel sword in her hand burned fiercely, as if it were a pillar of flame. She waved her sword, and the arc of flame spread its wings and flew towards the cluster of crystals. But before the golden red sword light could reach it, the monster had already turned around and dodged the flame. Then, it turned around and pounced in the direction of the carriage. Second young miss. Mr. Lu's eyes widened. He pulled out his sword and charged in that direction. Chapter 1203. It was a fiery red sword light. It shone brightly in the darkness and transformed into a fiery phoenix that spread its wings wide. The ground cracked wherever the sword light passed by. Pieces of soil were lifted up, and tongues of fire licked the cracks in the soil. The ball of fire was so scorching in the darkness that everyone could see it. Is there a celestial swordsman in the carriage? No matter how uninformed the scavengers were, they had heard of the 9 Phoenixes' imperial sword, the desert wind's swordsmanship. The karmic fire red lotus sword was the supreme sword technique of the 9 Phoenix. It was one of the 3 supreme swords along with the long-lost Iron Heart sect and the White Raven sword sect. In order to master this sword technique, one would have to be at least a celestial being. There were only 2 people in the carriage. One of them had been unconscious for a few days and was clearly not from the 9 Phoenix. The other one was just a little girl. The scavengers' expressions changed when they thought of her identity. The Jade Phoenix clan nurtured their successors from a young age. What kind of status would their princess have? When Huang Hua appeared on the carriage with the cyan steel sword, everyone gasped. Na Exayan felt that her brain was not working well enough. Second young mistress. Mr. Lu's figure moved as he roared. No matter what, the sword was too immature, and its intention was too obvious. It also showed that its owner lacked combat experience. The crystal-like monster nimbly turned its body to the side and dodged the sword. Its sturdy and powerful hind legs pressed against the ground and bounced off. Its massive body shot toward the carriage like a cannonball. Huang Hua, who was standing on the carriage, did not react in time. She could only watch in a daze as the monster's huge claws came at her. She could not help but close her eyes subconsciously. She thought to herself, is this the fate that Master Martha has arranged for me? She did not expect there to be such a terrifying existence among the monsters. However, there were no ifs in the Jade Phoenix's maxim. Everything was predestined. Mr. Lu roared and sped up to his maximum speed. He became illusory, and each step he took covered more than 10 feet. He looked like a beam of white light, but he was still 1 step away. He could only watch as the monster swung its claws down. Na Exayan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt her throat go dry. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would witness the death of a 9 Phoenix crown princess in front of him, nor did he imagine that he would be lucky enough to die on the same battlefield as someone with the bloodline of the Jade Phoenix clan. He really didn't know whether this was too fortunate or not. The crystal blade-like claws brought about 4 long vortexes in the pitch-black night. The wind from the blades had already arrived, blowing Huang Hua's long black sandalwood hair away from her snow-white skin. Na Exayan stared fixedly at the scene. For some reason, he felt as if he had heard a sharp, ear-piercing sound. It was like the shrill sound of a sword scratching a tile. It made the roots of one's teeth tingle. Time and space seemed to be stretched at this moment. Suddenly, there was a strange sense of disharmony on the battlefield. Phoenix Fire saw many silver lines appear in front of her. These lines intersected with each other, forming an invisible wall that shone with a faint light. Above this transparent wall, there were some places where the space was extending in all directions, and some places where the space was compressing towards a certain point in the center. They contradicted each other and were extremely strange. This is, as someone who could also sense the celestial being, she could see some clues from these lines of law. The path of the Jade Phoenix was about nirvana and rebirth. It had a deep understanding of the path of extremity, or the so-called existential power that the people of Wonde called. And Phoenix Fire clearly felt a vast and ancient aura from the point where the intersecting silver lines converged. Up and down were the 4 directions of the universe, which had been the universe since ancient times. This was the path of extremity. At this point, the strange monster's claws seemed to have hit the most unshakable thing in the world. When Na Exayan heard the ear-piercing sound, everyone saw his huge claws bend back unnaturally and break from the middle. Phoenix Fire's eyes widened. The moment she drew her sword, she knew that the strength of this monster was even above Mr. Lu, who was traveling with her. Mr. Lu was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Yunqing sect. At the age of 27, he had already entered the celestial being realm. Now, He had even touched the threshold of the path of extremity, enlightenment. Then, shouldn't this strange monster also be at the path of extremity? But at this moment, because it had hit an invisible wall, it shattered into pieces. She watched as its head, chest, and right forearm were all mixed together. Extreme fear appeared on its long and narrow face. Then, there was a bang sound. Just like a fragile object, the fragments flew everywhere and broke into pieces. Crystal shards fell to the ground in a clatter. Everyone was stunned. Their expressions were as if they had seen the end of the world. But things were not over yet. Then, a spiritual shock wave spread out from this transparent wall. It was like a ripple that was expanding, extending to every corner of the entire battlefield. Before the scavengers could react, they were hit by this ripple. They only felt a tightness in their chests, and then they flew into the air. They flew for more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the carriages that had been trampled by the strange monsters. These people only felt a buzzing sound in their heads, but their hearts were not blank. After stepping into the silver stream, it was the first time that humans understood the category of power. In their hearts, they naturally understood that this was the unconscious counterattack of the strong spiritual world. Another thing that the strange monsters were good at was spiritual shock. Obviously, they had overplayed their hand just now. But the problem was, what kind of god is this? The counterattack of the consciousness can affect the material world and send them flying? Everyone could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the one who is waking up is actually a god? The humans were not the only ones who were sent flying. Wherever the spiritual shock wave passed, the strange monsters were also sent flying. Then, they fell on the open space outside like rain. Angry screams immediately rang out. Na-Exan looked at this scene dizzily. He had been sent flying by the shock wave and landed on a carriage. The back of his head hit the shaft of the carriage heavily. If he had not been at the lower level of the gold stream, he would have fainted. But he was different from the others. Probably because his strength was higher than almost everyone else, Na-Exan could clearly feel that the shock wave came from the carriage. There was only one person in the carriage. That young man. He was shocked. What on earth did I save? Huang Hua blinked and looked at the young man lying on her carriage with some confusion. Brando was waking up. Although he only blinked his eyes slightly. It's him? When Huang Hua saw this scene, this thought immediately flashed through her mind. Second miss. Mr. Liu came to her side in a flash. In fact, under the previous shock wave, he was the only one who did not retreat. But even so, his face was terrifyingly pale. He could not help but look into the carriage subconsciously. He felt more from the blow just now. It was not only the impact from the spiritual world and the world of consciousness. In fact, at that moment, he felt as if he had fought with a top swordsman. The other party's swordsmanship was so terrifying that he almost collapsed. Even his teacher did not have such terrifying strength. In the confrontation in the spiritual world, he could only see the other party's back. But this back alone was enough to make him unable to resist at all. But the pride of a swordsman made him use his sword. It was only one sword, but he was defeated. But even if it was a defeat, it was enough for him to benefit a lot. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He did not know whether he should be happy or worried. But his eyes fell on the young man. He was not sure whether the blow was launched by the young man or not. If it was, then the young man's identity was worth considering. Judging from his appearance, he was a great master who was less than 25 years old. Mr. Liu, be careful. Just as his thoughts flashed through his mind, another wave of mutants surged forward. This time, they were led by 3 gigantic normal mutants. They roared as they pounced in his direction. Mr. Liu turned his head and was about to draw his sword. But it was at this moment. Then, something strange happened. The 3-headed monster in the air suddenly froze. It was as if they were held by an invisible hand and nailed to the transparent wall. Huang Hua and Mr. Liu, who had witnessed this scene, turned their heads subconsciously. They saw Brando slowly sit up in the carriage. In the darkness, the mountain wind blew from the Pine Mountains. Brando knew that this was the summer wind from Butchie. It came from the other side of the kernel. Every summer, it would come as usual. When the wind passed through the pine forest, the sound was like the waves of the sea, rustling. It was as if the pine needles were blowing and falling in the forest. The moonlight was like a flower, shining on the vast hills. The Roman's back seemed to be still in front of him. The merchant girl's hair was his last memory. He stood outside the gate of the old house. He looked at the rows of undead coming from the mountains. Their white bones flickered with white phosphorescence under the night sky. The black nether steel swords in their hands were engraved with the emblem of the Bramante Black Rose. It was so eye-catching. This scene was clearer than the two historical experiences. But he suddenly could not remember the name of the necromancer who commanded the attack on Butchie. His memory became so blurry. It was as if the bits and pieces of Sophie were merging into a deeper thought. Chapter 1204. This scene was clearer than the two historical experiences he had experienced. But he suddenly could not remember the name of the necromancer who commanded the attack on Butchie. His memory became so blurry, as if every bit of information about Sophie was fusing into a deeper thought. This was simply unimaginable to him in the past. Because Erewhon's shame and regret were deeply engraved in the hearts of every Erewhon player. But at this moment, his heart was a little calm. In his eyes, what he saw was not the sea of bones in Madara, but a pile of rotten bones that could be turned into ashes with a wave of his hand. They were just ants. Let's just let them fade away with history. He waved his hand gently, and the undead in the mountains and plains were turned into dust. He dominated everything in his dream. Not only these chickens and dogs, but even the dream was shattered. The mountains and the wind, the stars and the moon, the hills and the pine forest, they all disappeared one by one. Then he vaguely heard the sound of something shattering, like a crystal cup falling on the ground. At that time, the dream had already turned into nothingness. Brando blinked and moved his eyelids with difficulty. His body seemed to have become extremely unfamiliar. He understood that it was because his muscles were a little stiff from the long period of sleep, but he suddenly recalled that he actually understood what had happened to him while he was asleep. At the moment when he woke up, his heart seemed to have naturally produced this kind of understanding. 74 hours, 14 minutes and 21 seconds. After hibernating for 3 days, his body showed signs of self-perfection. This was the most important step of a perfect body. Brando's mind flashed with this thought, and he was shocked. In the past, the players had to rely on the war slate to simulate this step, but he had already achieved it at the peak of the Supreme Realm. He did not know if this was because of his experience in the game, but his body's memory would not be wrong. He had hibernated for 3 days, this was an indisputable fact. He was thinking about this problem, and then he heard a sharp cry and the sound of blades clashing. Battle? Danger? Almost naturally, Brando raised his right hand. Just a moment ago, he was still struggling to control his stiff body, but when danger arrived, as if it was an instinctive reaction, the familiar power had already surged out of his body. Part of that power belonged to him. The power of the Frost Earth Guard. Grip of Frost Soil. When Brando opened his eyes, a few crystal clusters entered his vision. He looked at them and gently clenched his hand. The strange monsters that the guards thought to be incomparably powerful suddenly froze in midair, as helpless as insects. As Brando familiarized himself with his body, he slowly turned his head to look at them. These crystal bodies could no longer withstand the power in his hands and began to crack and shatter. The crystals on their bodies fell off in large chunks and fell to the ground. Brando flipped over and jumped off the carriage. He gently tossed the thing in his hand, and the strange monsters that could not be any more dead were thrown to the side by him like garbage. He swept his hand forward again, and a cold light swept forward. The strange monsters that were surging towards him were all cut in half. More than 7 strange monsters were cut in half at the waist and rolled on the ground. Then he raised his head and swept his gaze across the entire battlefield, causing the entire battlefield to become solemn. This was the power of the flaming blade Odorfice. The hundreds of strange monsters on the periphery looked at Brando, who was surrounded by them with flickering eyes. They were originally a little afraid. But the moment Brando displayed the power of the holy sword, the red light in their eyes suddenly became brighter. They screamed as they rushed towards Brando as if they had gone mad. The scene stunned Na Exian and all the scavengers. Although they had not recovered from the shock of Brando's attack, the scene in front of them was obviously more exciting. They saw with their own eyes that a powerful swordsman like Mr. Lu, who was in the celestial realm, could only protect himself when he was surrounded by strange monsters. They did not know how this young man was able to enjoy such treatment from these strange monsters. However, they could not help but curse in their hearts. What kind of madness did these damn monsters have? Why did they suddenly seem to go crazy? Mister, be careful. Brando heard a young girl's childish voice reminding him behind his back. He was not unfamiliar with this voice. Before he woke up, he had heard this voice more than once. The owner of this voice sounded very young, but she was very mature and steady. She did not have the childishness of an ordinary little girl at this age. Moreover, the way she organized her words was a little strange. It was very different from Won's habits. It made him feel very close to her, although he did not know where this feeling of closeness came from. However, Brando did not turn around at this time. He knew why these strange monsters suddenly went crazy. They should have sensed the aura of Odorfice and Halangaya in his body. Brando looked coldly at the strange monsters that were swarming towards him in the darkness. In the eyes of others, he was scared silly. Na Exian felt that if she were in the young man's position, she would not only be scared silly, but she might have wet her pants. In other words, Brando was at least considered to be more courageous in her opinion. However, among all the people present, only Mr. Lu remained motionless. He looked at Brando with a complicated expression. The attack from Brando had only engraved a sentence in his mind. The ultimate person, the heavenly realm. Bastard of the twilight. Brando only squeezed out this sentence from between his teeth. Looking at these strange monsters, new hatred and old hatred surged in his heart at the same time. If it was said that he was not likely to find trouble with the Twilight Dragon at this time, but these descendants of chaos were nothing in his eyes. A faint light appeared in his hand, and the slender and beautiful shallow sea sword Cinna appeared in his right hand. A golden red light flashed in his left hand, and Odorfice's long and sharp blazing blade appeared in everyone's vision. The scavengers did not see how the two swords appeared in Brendel's hands, but he was already holding them and speaking softly, "You're right." Cold wind, to the residents of Rosaline, it was really difficult to understand what a storm of ice and snow was. There was almost no winter south of the strait, and the swift plains was a world that was like spring all year round. The legends and songs that came from the north of the Tsang Mountains about the biting cold wind between the mountains could not describe a real and harsh nature to the locals who had never seen frost and snow. But at this moment, they began to understand why the mountain people in the north were so eager to invade the warm land in the south. A piece of sword-like ice shards appeared behind Brando. He stood there, and the silver lines of rule naturally formed the winter throne behind him. In the eyes of the Rosaline people, it was the symbol of the unity of man and nature. The sun, moon, stars, wind, frost, rain, and dew, everything in nature was the heavenly way. Brando waved his hand, and a biting cold wind was formed out of thin air. The ice shards turned into streaks of cold light that whizzed past everyone. Cinna couldn't react at all. When she turned around and shuddered in the sudden drop in temperature of more than 10 degrees, she widened her eyes and saw that the ice shards were like sharp swords that plowed the ground wherever they passed. They directly swept past dozens of monsters. The powerful monsters on the Black Road were as fragile as delicate glass under the cold light, shattering into countless crystal shards in an instant. At this moment, the relationship between the slayer and the slain had been reversed. The monsters without much intelligence screamed and charged at Brando. Only about a third of the lucky ones could charge through the intertwining light of death, howling as they pounced at Brando in the center of the camp. But Brando didn't even look at them. He didn't even raise his head. He only turned the tip of Frost-Chant Cinna in his hand and stabbed it into the ground below. With a loud crash, countless sharp icicles burst out of the ground like a blooming rose, with Brando's sword as the center. Almost every sharp icicle was aimed at one of the monsters, and their fates were predictable. Even if they could dodge in midair, the speed at which the icicles burst out of the ground was enough for them to react in time. It was like streaks of white light piercing through the ground. Then, everyone could only see countless broken crystal bodies being thrown high into the air or impaled on the icicles. There was no exception. A moment later, cracks appeared on the icicles, and they collapsed with a loud crash, turning into ice shards that melted into a puddle of snow in a few minutes. After the cold wind passed, only a few dozen crisscrossing trenches several meters wide were left on the ground. Brando silently sheathed his sword. He wore a worn-out windbreaker with a dirty shirt and waistcoat inside. He also wore wrinkled breeches and was missing one of his riding boots. He was barefoot and looked like a beggar in rags as he stepped on the ground. But at this moment, in the silent camp, everyone's gaze fell on him strangely. For a moment, no one could say a word. Only the howling of the wind could be heard in the wilderness. He raised his head and glanced at these people. When his gaze fell on Mr. Liu, he was slightly stunned. 9 Phoenix? P.S. The main reason for writing 9 Phoenix was to pass through Madara. Because it was mentioned before, I wrote it along the way, so this plot might not be too long. Also, gentlemen, please let Phoenix go. She's just a child. Also, recently, I've been researching mobile games with my friends and helping with game planning. I've been a little busy, so I update later every day. Chapter 1205. So this place is called Rosaline, and Madara is to the northwest? How far is this place from 9 Phoenix? Brendel sat on a toppled carriage and took a water pouch from a respectful guard. He took a sip, and the water was mixed with the sweet taste of strong liquor and the fragrance of some kind of grass. It seeped into his dry throat that felt like it was about to burn, and it immediately made him feel refreshed. He did not drink in the past, but after coming to this world, his habits changed a lot. According to the Saint Tassol, he had changed from a boy to a man. He scoffed at this saying because he knew that a certain elven lady loved alcohol as much as her life. This was just an excuse for her to express her stance on alcohol. Brando looked into the distance. The night was cold as water, and a gentle breeze blew past the messy caravan camp on the banks of the Qiuzhan's river, bringing with it a sense of desolation. The goods on the carriages were scattered all over the ground. The guards had to think of a way to pick up the black crystals one by one and gather the carriages that were not damaged. Even though they had repaired some of the carriages at the last minute, there were still more than a third of the original number. A large amount of black crystals could only be piled up on the ground like a small mountain. The black surface of the crystals shimmered dimly under the light of the fire. He already knew that these people were merchants on this road. In many places in Vaunt, there was no difference between merchants and bandits. In civilized areas, they behaved well, but once they were in the wilderness, killing and robbing happened from time to time, and no one could do anything about it. From the aura of these people, it was obvious that they had done such things before. According to them, they traded between Rosaline and Tormulo mainly with the spirits of the dead. The spirits of the dead were the spirits of Madara. These people also knew the name of the Roman Tua Black Rose, but according to their description, this place was south of the Sea of the Dead Moon, but they did not know the exact location. This place should be near the 9 Phoenixes, but he knew nothing about the name Rosaline, nor did he know anything about the swift plains across the Tawu Strait. All he knew about the 9 Phoenixes was its name and many legends. 9 Phoenix had trade relations with Erewhon, Cruz, and Saint Tassol, but the geographical distance between them was too far. The ships might not be able to reach them even once in a year. More importantly, there were no players in 9 Phoenix. This place should be south or east of Madara, but he did not know where Tormulo was. According to their description, this place was ruled by a dark noble. The lord was a human dark noble, but he was not a necromancer. He was more like a human Black Knight. The vast sea of the dead moon shaped the spirit of Madara. In the west and north of the Sea of the Dead Moon, the spirits of the dead had established 14 large territories. Brando knew about these territories and their lords very well. However, on the other side of the Sea of the Dead Moon, the situation was different. Even the spirits of the dead themselves did not know where the borders of the Black Rose of Bramanto were located. Using the term territory was not very accurate. This was because when the empire was established, the Kingdom of Darkness was a loose concept. The spirits of the dead had their own way of governing. Their territories could extend to areas where no civilization had ever set foot on, but they did not have a real sense of management over these lands. Even the ruler of the empire who held the Mercury staff did not know if there were any exiled spirits of the dead in the endless wilderness south of the Sea of the Dead Moon. Therefore, it was normal for Brando to not know much about this place. Just like how he had never heard of the border of the Black Rose, the Field of Bones, the war between the spirits of the dead and the crystal, and the history of all aspects of this underworld. After all, the knowledge of people was limited by their vision, and there was a limit to it. However, when these people mentioned the war between the spirits of the dead and the crystal, which was what they called the monsters, it reminded him of something. In history, in the Second War of the Black Rose, the ruler of Madara had mobilized mercenaries from the Sea of the Dead Moon to participate in the war. These dark mercenaries had been through hundreds of battles and caused a lot of trouble for the players of Erewhon, but the players knew very little about them. Now it seemed that these dark mercenaries should have come from the Field of Bones. This news made Brando a little excited. Since the will of the Mercury staff could affect this place, it meant that it was not too far away from the core area of Madara. However, to pass through Madara or to take a boat back to Wone through the Nine Phoenix, this still needed to be considered. After all, he did not expect that the space-time rift would send him to this remote area in the Amber Sword. He raised his head, and his eyes fell on the leaders of the caravans who were somewhat in awe of him, or rather, fear. He already knew that the leader was called Na Exian, and not far from him were two people of the Nine Phoenix. One was surnamed Lu, and the others called him Mr. Lu, and the other little girl was called Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame. This was the surname of the Nine Phoenix royal family. Brando knew about this because Yak's fiancée, Yura, was also a descendant of the Jade Phoenix family. The blind girl's original name was Huang Yu, and it was no secret in later generations. And these two people were not simple. Mr. Lu should be the little girl's guard. Both of them had the strength of elemental activation, and the former had already touched the threshold of elemental enlightenment. Such people, even in countries like Cruz and Fanzan, were second to none. And the little girl looked even more childish, but she had already stepped into the elemental activation realm. This talent really shocked Brando a little. After all, he had the system on. Ordinary geniuses would have to be at least 30 years old to set foot in this field. Compared to this little girl named Phoenix Flame, Gretel, in history, was nothing. Such a person could not be a nameless person in history. It was just that he knew too little about the Nine Phoenix, so he could only secretly keep an eye on her. However, he was a little surprised that with Phoenix Flame's talent, she should be a chosen one, but the latter had no flaws. Her intelligence was normal, and her EQ was also very high. Although she was a little mature for her age, if this was a flaw, then Martha was a little too biased. With such doubts in his heart, he looked at the others. With his current strength, he could see that the caravan's strength was around the silver level. This strength was not worth mentioning in his eyes, but it was a little eye-catching when placed next to a smuggler. In Erewhon, the strength of a silver level was enough to become a knight by the side of some lords. Even in a few big empires, they could become a mercenary with status. It would not be a problem for them to even get the position of a lieutenant in a regular army. There was really no reason for them to become fugitives. In other words, if this caravan was not special, it could only mean that the average strength of the Rosaline area might be higher than that of the empires. Of course, to these people, Rosaline did not seem to be a prosperous area, and the population was not large. Similar places could be found in Saint-Ossol and Cruz, because the people there worshipped martial arts, and their strength might be far higher than that of the other places. However, Brando could make out some clues from these people's descriptions. Rosaline and the Swift Plains faced each other across the Tawu Strait. This place actually had no connection with Madara, and was more influenced by the Nine Phoenix culture. However, this border area was much more barren than the Swift Plains. This showed that the strength of the Rosaline Lord could not be compared to the other lords of the Swift Plains. Otherwise, the latter would not have any reason to guard this barren place. After asking, he found out that the ancestors of this lord had migrated across the strait to this place 170 years ago. As for why they migrated here, the reason was self-evident. However, this was far from over. Brando found out from Na Xian's description that the Swift Plains was not even close to the Nine Phoenix. To the rich and powerful people of the Nine Phoenix, the disputes in these border areas had nothing to do with them. It was not because they were arrogant, but because they did not pose a threat. Hearing this, Brando had a rough idea of the Nine Phoenix's strength. He thought to himself that it was no wonder the spirits of the dead did not expand to the east. After all, the skeletons of Madara were not brainless zombies. However, Na Xian's words made him feel a little troubled. Rosaline and the Swift Plains faced each other across the sea, and the Swift Plains was not within the territory of the Nine Phoenix. If the distance between the two was too far, then he had to seriously consider the feasibility of taking a boat from the Nine Phoenix back to Wonde. To be honest, he did not really want to return via Madara. Other than emotional factors, the hostility of the spirits of the dead towards the living was also a problem. Furthermore, crossing the Dead Moon's territory by land required more time and preparation than by sea. There would be many dangers along the way. Even if he was not afraid of these dangers, he knew that the Second War of the Black Rose between Erewhon and Madara was imminent. Furthermore, he did not know how long the seal that Miss Tada and the rest sacrificed their lives to complete would last. He was burning with anxiety and could not afford to waste too much time on the road. Seeing him frown slightly as he sat in the carriage, no one dared to speak. They had not even asked about Brando's identity, because the scattered corpses of the monsters outside the camp were the best proof of this young man's identity. There were close to 100 monsters, and all of them had died under this young man's sword. Thinking back to that scene, the guards in the caravan did not know if they were dazzled or frightened. Chapter 1206. However, the guards still looked at Brando with admiration and respect. After all, the former had saved their lives. I wonder what kind of temper this lord has. This was the underworld, a world where the strong were respected. Even if Brando wanted to kill them immediately, they would not be able to resist. As for the reason, Na Xian glanced at the pile of black crystals that sparkled under the bonfire in the camp. He had opened his mouth several times, wanting to give them away, but in the end, he held himself back. Those were his savings for half his life. He did not feel it when the monsters were wreaking havoc, but now that he had regained his senses, he would not be so heartless as to give them away. Because of this, he had been trying to figure out Brando's temperament since the beginning. Unfortunately, other than coldly asking a few strange questions, this young man had been thinking about his own matters. A cold wind came from behind. Na Xian shivered, but he did not even dare to breathe loudly. The first to speak was Mr. Liu. He had a deeper understanding of Brando's strength than anyone else present. However, due to his pride and dignity as a swordsman, he was the one who was neither servile nor overbearing. Of course, this was excluding Huang Hua, who had been standing to the side and looking at Brando with some confusion. Mr. Liu silently put away his bronze sword. He seemed to have seen through Brando's predicament with his remaining eye. He said, "Mr. wants to go to Nine Phoenix." When Brando heard his words, he raised his head and looked at the Nine Phoenix swordsman. He asked, "Is this place very far from Nine Phoenix?" "If you want to pass through Swift Plains, it is very far. From there, you will need at least a month to reach Jade Phoenix City by following the Qing River. Furthermore, there might not even be a fleet of ships from Nine Phoenix. Furthermore, the situation in Swift Plains is tense. War could break out at any time. If you go there, you might waste even more time. What do you mean? Mister, if you want to go to Nine Phoenix, you can travel with us, Mr. Liu replied as he stated his purpose. Travel with you? Brando looked at him and then looked at the cold-faced young lady beside him. Their clothes were very different from those in Wonde. They were mainly dressed in silk and satin, with long, wide sleeves and jade accessories. However, it also overlapped with some of his memories, making him feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I have a few ships in Rosaline. After leaving the port, they can go south along the Tau Strait. Merchant ships usually don't take this route. However, we are not merchants, so we plan to return directly to the Nine Phoenix Kingdom. This suggestion made Brando's heart skip a beat. He asked, how far is Rosaline from here? This time, it was Exian who answered. The latter quickly replied, we are already in Rosaline's territory. Sir, after crossing the Chiu-Sang-Zhe River, we will be in the outskirts of Rosaline. Chiu-Sang-Zhe River? Brendel's gaze was fixed on the bright belt of light a few hundred meters away from him. Under the darkness of the night, the river continued to flow downstream without stopping for even a moment. It's that river, my lord. Don't be fooled by its rapid flow here. Not far downstream, the river will widen. There are a few shoals there that can be easily traversed. Brendel asked, this is the outskirts of Rosaline. How did you get attacked by a large number of crystal clusters here? From what I've heard, the Lord of Rosaline's control over this area doesn't seem to be that bad. The guards could not help but be secretly shocked. From the young man's words, they could easily tell that he had no respect for the big shots in Rosaline's territory. Even though these people were outlaws who had been fooling around in the underworld, they still had to follow the rules in Rosaline's territory. Otherwise, the Lord's guards would not have been easy to deal with. In fact, those fellows were much more ruthless than the smugglers. However, they did not know that Brando did not realize that there was anything wrong with his words. Firstly, he was not a noble of the Swift Plains. He was the Earl of Erewhon, so naturally, he was also the Earl of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In terms of status, he was not much worse than the Lord. Secondly, according to his conversation with the smugglers, the Swift Plains was not under the direct jurisdiction of the Nine Phoenix. Therefore, the Lord's status as a noble had not been recognized by anyone. Most of them were probably self-proclaimed by their own troops. In the eyes of the people of the Nine Phoenix, they had probably never been taken seriously. This could be seen from Mr. Liu's attitude. Since that was the case, he had no reason to be polite to these so-called lords. In terms of strength, Brando could not find a reason to be afraid of the Lord of Rosaline. From what he knew, the strongest guard captain of the Lord's guards had only just stepped into the elemental of truth. In Erewhon, this kind of strength was considered a tyrant, but in his eyes, it was not enough. Crystal cluster? Oh, it's what you call the monsters. That's what we call them. Brando did not know if the crystal monsters in Erewhon were called crystal clusters, but at least everyone around him used this name. To him, this was the scientific name of the monsters in the Amber Sword. Na Exian swallowed her saliva and replied carefully, this. We're not too sure either. However, the activity of the strange creatures has become more frequent recently. It's said that the undead were defeated by them in the wilderness of bones. Perhaps their range of activity has expanded to this area, but no matter what, with such a large scale of crystal cluster activity, your lord should have noticed it. Could it be that his subordinates have all retreated to Rosaline City? Na Exian thought that it was hard to say, but it was not that he had not considered this problem. After all, the attack that night was too abnormal. Hundreds of monsters were active on the other side of the Qiuzhang's river. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the patrolling knights of Rosaline not to know. However, he could not say for sure, so he could only deal with it carefully. Anyway, the monsters would definitely not appear tonight. Even if the young man in front of him appeared, there was nothing to be afraid of. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning. Rosaline's patrolling knights would come out to patrol. If they did not see anyone by then, they would naturally be able to come to a conclusion. Obviously, Brando understood the meaning behind Na Xian's words, but he did not pursue the matter. In fact, this question was just a casual question. However, due to his sensitivity to war in his previous life, he faintly felt that Rosaline's territory might not be as simple as retreating to defend. He even had a premonition that the monsters might have launched an attack on Rosaline. As for the current situation in Rosaline's territory, he could not guess, but it seemed that it had not been conquered yet. Otherwise, there would be more monsters appearing tonight. However, he did not care about these dusk monsters. No matter the situation in Rosaline's territory, he would kill as many of these low-grade crystal clusters as they came. He was only a little worried about the situation of the ships in Rosaline's territory. Mr. Liu had mentioned that there were no problems with the ships in the port. However, this worry was of no help to the truth. He couldn't interfere with what was happening dozens of miles away. Everything could only wait until the next morning to talk about it. Just like that, the night passed uneventfully. The guards of the caravan were busy the whole night, thinking of ways to cut some wood from the nearby forest to repair the carriages. Finally, they managed to salvage 2 large carts. As for the remaining carts, even if they wanted to save them, they did not have enough horses to pull them back. Apparently, the monsters did not only attack humans. In the battle last night, the horses used to pull the carriages and carry the heavy loads were also severely injured. More than half of them died and ran away. Brando did not sleep either. Although he was not in a good mental state after being unconscious for a few days, his heart was heavy and he could not close his eyes. It was as if he could see the scene outside the elemental border as soon as he closed his eyes. Miss Tada and their sacrifice. The Roman controlled by the will of dusk. And those strange constructs suspended in the Tiamat law. These grotesque scenes kept appearing in front of his eyes, making him unable to calm down. He was also worried about the situation of Lute and the White Mist. Before he passed through the space-time rift, he did not see Lady White Mist. He did not know if she had escaped from the destruction of the elemental barrier. As for the Fire Fairy, although he clearly remembered that he had stuffed it into his pocket before passing through the space-time crack, he did not find it after arriving here. He had asked Mr. Xian and Mr. Liu, and when they found him, they did not notice anything unusual in the vicinity. He even contacted Medisha, the Shire, and other planeswalker card creatures, hoping to find out what happened to Rushta and whether Hipamra had escaped danger. But the strange thing was that the planeswalker's telepathic connection, which theoretically should be able to sense within a world, did not work here. Through this connection, he could only feel that the other end was empty. If it were not for the fact that Fiath and Malurcha could not sense it, he would almost think that something had happened to the Shire and the others. All these signs of trouble were piling up in his heart. How could he calm down? And just like that, after a few hours of silence in the dark sky, a glimmer of light finally began to appear. Brando looked at the shadows of the forest in the distance. After the shadows gradually became clearer, the scenery on the main road could finally be vaguely seen. He took a light breath and was about to stand up and go to the Chiu Sangze River to take a look. And it was at this moment that he saw Phoenix Fire. He did not know when the little girl had redone her makeup. She had changed into a new coat. Her black hair was tied up behind her head into 2 rings behind her ears. Her sandalwood hair fell by her snow-white earlobes. Her skin was like porcelain, and there was a plum petal-like gold patch on her forehead. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. She looked at him with a pair of clear black and white eyes. Brando could not help but be startled. Phoenix Huanging bowed to him and said, "Phoenix Fire has yet to thank you for saving my life. P.S. It's white dew so soon. Summer is almost over. The reeds are green and the dew is frost. I have decided that today is Won's World Senior Day." Chapter 1207. The morning in the Rosaline region had arrived when the first ray of sunlight shone on the surface of the Quzongs River. Even though the hills in the distance were still shrouded in a thin layer of morning fog, the crisp chirping of birds could be heard from the forest behind the fog. It was so peaceful that it was hard to believe that a battle of life and death had taken place here just a night ago. If it were not for the caravan's broken carriages and the remains of the monsters that were exposed to the cold morning breeze, the number of corpses on the ground would have been much lower. But the number of corpses around the camp was much less than last night. Brendel ordered Nathaniel's men to bury the rest of the corpses in the nearby forest, leaving only 7 or 8 corpses that were relatively intact. After all, it was too eye-catching for more than 100 monsters to die here. If the Knight of Rosaline found them, there would be no way to explain it. Exine only thought of this after a while. He originally wanted to use this incident as a topic of conversation, but after that, he issued a gag order and strictly ordered his men not to speak of what happened that night. He lacked trust in his thugs and desperados, but when it came to their lives, they were definitely smart enough to use their brains. The people who had escaped the previous night were found one after another. Some of their corpses were found on the banks of the Chiu-Sang-Zhe River. In fact, they were not far from the camp. They had not even run a few hundred meters before the monsters caught up and tore them apart. A few of them were lucky enough to escape, but they would not dare to return to Rosaline City in a short period of time. After all, the scavengers only had one way to deal with those who abandoned their comrades, and that was to chop off their limbs and throw them into the wilderness. These traitors would be wanted, and they would either have to live the rest of their lives incognito and leave this profession forever, or they would simply head to the swift plains and seek an opportunity to stand out in that chaotic region. Of course, there were even more people who chose to walk down this path and disappeared from people's sight forever. Brando watched as Exine and his men were busy digging holes in the forest. They then transported the corpses of the monsters in a carriage, threw them into the holes, covered them with soil, and used grass and shrubs as camouflage. Everything was done perfectly, as if they often did this kind of thing. As for what they buried, it was hard to say. Anyway, it was definitely not the corpses of monsters. In fact, Brendel did not think that there was a need to go through so much trouble. He just wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. If Rosaline's knights really found out, then it was not a big deal. Even if Rosaline's lord was Rosaline's lord, what could he do to him? Of course, he could see that Exine and his men were trying to please him. But this was also good. Sometimes, respect was better than gratitude, especially for these desperados. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, the sun began to shine brightly, dispersing the fog, but the caravan still showed no signs of leaving. That was because Exine and his men were still arguing about how to get to Rosaline. Too many carriages were damaged, and they could not transport all the black crystals. Since the attack the night before, no one wanted to stay in the wilderness, but they could not bear to throw away the extra black crystals. This predicament made these scavengers feel troubled. They first approached Mr. Liu, hoping to borrow a carriage from him, but Mr. Liu rejected them without hesitation. So they could only give up. After all, these desperados did not dare to bargain with a swordsman in the celestial realm. Brando could easily help these people. After all, he had the floating sphere that Tada gave him, which was a spatial equipment of a higher grade than the dimension hole. Not to mention a few tons of black crystals, he could even store the entire convoy in it effortlessly. However, he did not say anything because he knew very well what these smugglers were like. Whether they were in Erewhon or the border between Madara and Nine Phoenix, all of them were notorious and had a bad reputation. Why would a normal person do this? Although they had saved his life, he had also saved their lives, so they could be considered to be even. Just the debt of their lives was enough to make them die 10,000 times over. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. However, Brendel would not go on a killing spree just because of this. He did not consider himself a judge. Even if the Silver Queen's beliefs were different from his, it was because she had schemed against him and the people around him. He had no choice but to retaliate. Maybe these people deserved to die, but it was not up to him to judge them. At least, they did not expect him to take the initiative to help them. Besides, using the things that Miss Tada gave him to help these people was a blasphemy to Brando. He glanced at these guys who were arguing with each other and began to feel a little impatient. Initially, He was hoping that these local bullies could bring him into Rosaline's city, but now he had to find a more direct way. He found Mr. Liu and Huang Hua and told them that he was in a hurry. This time, Mr. Liu did not refuse at all. They told him that they had wanted to leave long ago, but were waiting for him to make a decision. This made Brando feel a little flattered, but he also knew that this kind of respect came from the fear of the powerful strength that he had displayed last night. Although the Jade Phoenix family did not need his help, under the circumstances where there was no conflict of interest, anyone would understand the difference between being on good terms with a powerhouse and offending one. But just as the three of them were about to leave, Brando was surprised to see a group of humans on the other side of the Quzong's river. It was a group of knights who were wearing shiny silver armor and riding wingless dragons. The tip of their spears carried a swallow-tailed flag with the emblem of a crown. According to some information that Na Xian had told him about Rosaline, he could tell at a glance that these knights should be the subordinates of Lord Rosaline. Brando could not help but be stunned for a moment. He did not expect to see Rosaline's knights patrolling here. When these knights saw Brando, Na Xian, and the rest, they could not help but be surprised. Brando saw these people tightening their reins to slow down the speed of the wingless dragons. They seemed to be discussing something with each other. Then, a person stepped out of the crowd and came to the Quzong's river. He shouted at them across the river. "Martha above, which group are you from?" "What group?" Brando was about to turn around and ask Na Xian, but he saw that the scavengers had stopped arguing when the Knight of Rosaline appeared. Na Xian walked out from the crowd and looked at him apologetically. He probably realized that his previous behavior might have been a little rude and had offended this lord. However, greed could always blind people. For desperados like them, there was nothing they could do about it. He walked past Brando and looked at the knight on the other side of the river as if he was trying to figure out who they were. However, it was a little difficult to do this with a full body armor and an airtight metal mask. In the end, he could only answer tentatively, "I am Na Xian, the Na Xian of Pan Linda, the lords on the other side." "Camel, Na Xian, so it's you. Oh my God, we thought you were not coming back." Before the leading knight could answer, his men behind him started to clamor. Some of them even opened their masks, revealing unshaven and weather-beaten faces. However, Brando noticed that their eyes were shining. Most of them were scanning the carriages of the caravan like some greedy reptiles inspecting their treasures. Na Xian's eyesight was not bad either. He could not help but curse when he saw the situation. He knew that he was going to have to pay a huge price this time. Although in Rosaline's territory, the army and the smugglers mostly maintained a tacit understanding in private, and as long as they crossed the Quzong's river, the army would not confiscate the smugglers' goods. After all, the overlord of Rosaline also knew that the prosperity of his territory was inseparable from the scavengers. However, it was a little different this time. First of all, the business on the dark road had been completely cut off. Perhaps these knights were not afraid of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. After all, there would be no more chickens or eggs from now on. Secondly, the most important thing was that many of his carriages were damaged. He had no choice but to ask for help from these knights, which gave them an excuse to extort a sum of money. When the strange monsters attacked, Na Xian could not wait for the Rosaline knight to appear in front of him immediately. However, at this moment, he could only curse his bad luck. He could only hope that they did not appear. He glanced at Brando and Mr. Liu and could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had not offended these lords earlier, he might have been able to rely on them to say a few words. He hated himself for being too greedy. However, at this moment, the knight on the other side of the river noticed Brando and the others. It was hard not to notice that although Rosaline was close to the Nine Phoenix, he was not a Nine Phoenix. At least, the equipment and style of these knights that Brando saw were not much different from the knights that he had seen in Erewhon and Cruz. There might be some differences in the decorative style of their clothes, weapons, and armor, but they were generally more of a Western-style knight. But these knights were not white people with obvious characteristics like Kurlutz or Farnazane. In fact, they were shorter, had thick brown hair, and darker skin. They were more similar to Nazan and the others, but Brendel could tell at a glance that there was a big difference between them and Brendel. Therefore, at a glance, they could see Mr. Lu and Huang Hua, who were dressed very strongly in the aura of the Nine Phoenix. Needless to say, their black hair and black eyes were enough to be eye-catching in any place other than the Nine Phoenix. Secondly, Brando, a foreigner, was even rarer than the Nine Phoenix people. After all, there would still be merchants and swordsmen from the Nine Phoenix coming and going in Rosaline. The people from Cruz and Erewhon were rarely seen in 10,000 years. Chapter 1208. The knight was stunned. The people of the Nine Phoenixes were of a higher status even in Rosaline and Swift Plains, so why would they mix with these scavengers? Even though he knew that Na Xian was half Nine Phoenix, he was a fugitive and had nothing to do with the Nine Phoenix bloodline. As for the foreigner, he could not help but take a few more glances at him. Even though the person beside the Lord was also a foreigner, he seemed to be different from this young man. But as soon as he met Brendel's gaze, he almost fell off the dragon's back. At that moment, he seemed to have an illusion, as if the whole world was spinning and was about to be sucked into the depths of the young man's eyes. He jumped in fright, thinking that there was something wrong with his body. But at the very least, his eyes no longer dared to wander back and forth between them. He only asked Na Xian loudly, these people are all your subordinates? Na Xian turned to look at Brendel and the others. He knew that the other party had already noticed Brendel and Mr. Lu. He thought for a moment and replied, yes, my lords. They are the new subordinates that I recruited for this mission. You know how dangerous the underworld is right now. The knight could not help but laugh coldly. Na Xian, are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of harboring an unknown person into Rosaline? Na Xian's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew, but he had his own plans. Previously, they had left a bad impression on Brando, and whether or not they could change this impression depended on this gamble. He was indeed gambling because if Brando did not accept his kindness, then his fate would be a little worrying. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and licked his lips. Knight, my lords, I dare not lie to you. The knight immediately scolded him. They were not idiots, so how could they let this guy lie with his eyes wide open? However, the leader of the night calmed down. He knew the temperament of the vultures on the underworld very well. They would not act unless they saw a rabbit. These people would not dare to offend the Lord of Rosaline. Na Xian was so stubborn that he obviously had something to rely on. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Brando again. The terrifying experience from before had reminded him to be cautious. He obviously did not expect that his caution at this moment would at least save him a huge trouble. Just as he was about to ask something, he saw the young man on the other side of the river walk behind Na Xian and gently pat his shoulder. Xian, on the other hand, was stunned. He turned to look at Brando and almost thought that he had misheard. My lord, what did you say? There is no need to hide it. Tell them the truth, but remember not to tell them what happened last night. I will not help you, and I will not offend the knight for you. If you want to settle them, at least half of the goods in your carriage, do you understand? Brando repeated. Seeing that Na Xian was stunned, he added softly, don't be too greedy. This is good for you. You should know that money or your life is more important. Na Xian pursed his dry lips and nodded in a daze, as if he was thinking about the meaning of Brando's words. However, at the critical moment, he finally showed the decisiveness of the underworld scavengers. He nodded heavily and said, I will listen to you, my lord. Brando nodded. In fact, he could see that the Rosaline knight's purpose was actually the goods in the carriage. The previous question was just an excuse. In the past, if someone bluffed in front of him and used him as an excuse to threaten and blackmail him, he might not be able to resist the urge to teach them a lesson. Just like what he did in the game. However, at this time, he calmed down. It was as if after the battle with the Dusk and the meeting with the Roman in the dream, he felt that his mentality had changed. His way of looking at problems seemed to have changed as well. In the past, he only wanted to realize his dreams and make up for the regrets of the past. However, at this moment, he felt more of a heavy responsibility. Just like the words that Ondina repeated to him time and time again, he used to think that Amandina was a little too old-fashioned and inflexible. Now that he thought about it, perhaps he was too naive and childish. There was no freedom in this world, especially for people who changed the fate of others. Recklessness was an irresponsibility because every decision you made was no longer a matter of a single person. If he did not understand this point, perhaps he would really lose Romaine and everyone else forever. At this moment, he finally had the spirit of a lord that belonged to Tonagel and Abes. Just like the night before, he ordered Na Exion and the others to bury the bodies of the monsters. If it was in the past, he would not have bothered to do such a thing. Because he knew that he was just a passerby and might never return to Rosaline. Naturally, he did not need to worry about whether his strength would be known and coveted by others. What kind of player would clean up the scene after killing the monsters? Even when he broke out of the encirclement in Fortress Reden, he did not do that. However, at this moment, the first thing that came to his mind was to be cautious. Only by being cautious could he better protect himself and the people around him. After receiving the order, Na Exion went to negotiate with the Knights of Rosaline. Just as Brando expected, these knights were only interested in the goods of the caravan. When they knew that Na Exion's caravan was attacked by monsters and needed their help, these knights could not help but smile. They immediately forgot about Brando, Mr. Liu, and Phoenix's identities. After all, Rosaline had not changed the ban, and they would still have to bear a lot of risk if they were to forcefully attack near the Quzons River. However, now that these smugglers needed their help, it could not be better. As long as the price was agreed, everything was negotiable. If there was no need to fight, no one would be willing to use force. Everyone knew that the scavengers on the dark road were not to be trifled with. However, compared to the others, the leader of the knights seemed to be calmer. When he heard that Na Exion and the rest were attacked by monsters last night, Brando noticed that his expression changed. He quickly asked, "You were attacked? How many monsters were there?" As soon as he asked, the other knight reacted and looked over, as if they were looking for the corpses of the monsters near the caravan's campsite. No matter how slow Na Exion was, he could vaguely sense something when he saw this scene. He could not help but secretly look at Brando with admiration. In fact, he and his men did not even think about this problem. They wanted to use the corpses of the monsters as something to brag about. However, he did not know that Brando was also rejoicing at this moment. It seemed that Rosaline had indeed been attacked. If he had not buried the corpses, the news of him killing hundreds of monsters alone would have spread throughout the region in the blink of an eye. He did not know how big of a commotion that would have been. It was only at this moment that he felt that he had made the right choice to be more cautious. Na Exion's thoughts flashed through his mind. He quickly repeated the lies that Brando had taught them previously. Although the number of monsters attacking the caravan with 7 or 8 monsters was a lot, at least it was still within an acceptable range. However, they did not expect that after Na Exion finished speaking, the knight's expression became very strange. He could not help but ask, 7 or 8 monsters? Are you sure? Of course, Na Exion replied. My lords, how could I joke about this matter with you? The corpses of these monsters are still here. I was wondering why there were so many monsters around Rosaline. Many? The leader of the night could not help but sneer. You're lucky, camel. You probably don't know that the monsters attacked Rosaline 3 days ago. At least a few hundred monsters appeared south of the Quzons River. If we had not run fast at that time, you wouldn't be seeing us now. It's good that I don't see you. Na Exion could not help but curse, but he did not dare to say this out loud. He only said in surprise, What did you say? The monsters attacked Rosaline? How is that possible? Don't they never cross the river? At this point, he could not help but look at Brando. This lord had guessed correctly again. Last night, he had told them that Rosaline might have been attacked by the monsters, but they did not dare to believe it at that time. This was because sometimes, habitual thinking was so scary. Brando's expression was normal. He only turned around and exchanged glances with Mr. Liu, who was not far away. In fact, he was not the only one who had guessed that Rosaline might have been attacked. Mr. Liu was the same. However, he knew even more clearly why such a thing had happened. The Twilight Dragon was not completely sealed by Miss Tada and the other two. Just as Bai had said, its will was trying to penetrate this world through the world's crystal wall. The Twilight monsters that were the vanguard would continuously arrive in Wonde and attack the civilized world. In fact, from this moment on, the Twilight War of the Sixth Era had begun. The leading knight was telling Na Xian about what had happened to Rosaline during this period of time. However, his tone soon became a little strange, as if he had just realized something. "Wait, damned camel, did you just say that you were attacked by 7 or 8 monsters?" "Of course, didn't I say that before?" Na Xian was a little puzzled. He did not understand why the other party was bringing up the past. However, the knight looked at him fiercely and said, "Damn it, how dare you joke with me? Your convoy was attacked by 7 or 8 monsters. Do you think you can live to see the next day?" Na Xian could not help but be stunned. He suddenly realized that it was true. He and his subordinates seemed to have subconsciously accepted the fact that the young man had killed hundreds of monsters with a single sword strike. They had subconsciously forgotten that even if it was just one monster, it would be extremely difficult for them to fight against it. He seemed to have only just realized that even if it was just one monster, it should have the strength of a gold rank. Then this young man, who exactly was he? Na Xian seemed to be stumped by the question. He could not help but turn around and look at Brando with a strange expression. "P.S. Today in the group, I wrote a little drama about Haru's welfare. Let's put it after the main text." I originally wanted to put it in the acceptance speech, but I realized that the acceptance speech was limited to 500 words. As for the cute boy or whatever, that was definitely not my intention. Of course, don't privately message me to ask for a book or anything, because I am a person with healthy thoughts and moral integrity. His sparkling skin exuded a delicate luster under the moonlight. This was a well-proportioned body. His slender waist and snow-white shoulders seemed to be unable to bear the frailty, hidden under the languid silk satin and complicated lace. Her rose was like an angel, his back facing the light shining down from the rose window, falling on the delicate tips of his ears and fine, smooth collarbone. His long eyelashes trembled slightly like a frightened little beast, hanging with morning dew and teardrops. The little prince's face seemed to be dripping blood. He bit his pale lower lip and slowly lifted the luxurious and exquisite edge of the princess's long dress with both hands. The edge of the dress slowly rose, revealing a pair of slender legs, the color of mutton fat. The rose embroidered on the edge of the stockings like white jade exuded a mysterious color in the darkness, as if the mistress of the manor was waiting for her most distinguished guest. The uniform and soft fat outlined the perfect curve all the way up, revealing the most charming scene between the stockings and the bottom of the dress. It flashed by and was enough to make people feel sorry. But when he looked past her ankles that were as delicate as a work of art, he saw her snow-white feet stepping on a pair of black round-toed leather shoes. The shiny toe of the shoes reflected the majesty of the rose arch window. There was a serene lily nailed to the belt, and the star-like flower buds were blooming under the moonlight. Her toes were clasped tightly, and a pink color appeared on the instep, reflecting the uneasiness in her master's heart. Teacher, is this okay? I can't breathe." The little prince's voice trembled slightly, mixed with the sound of small gasps. "The belt is too tight," Brando commented with a professional eye, shaking his head and sighing, and, Haruz, this is just a simple cross-dressing. Is there a need to be nervous as if I'm going to do something to you? I'm sorry, teacher. Chapter 1209. After Na Xian's explanation, they understood that the scavengers had killed the monsters with the help of Brando and Mr. Liu. The Knights of Rosaline could not help but look over curiously. After all, no matter where they were, swordsmen of the celestial realm were rare. But that was it. They were the subordinates of Lord Rosaline and would not make a fuss over one or two celestial realm masters. After spending some time negotiating the price, the leader of the night, Kassav, finally led his men across the river from downstream. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at the Kyuzang's river and met up with Brando and the rest. As they walked closer, Brando saw that the wingless dragons these people were riding were similar to the bipedal land dragons of the Cruz people. Perhaps they were of the same species, but these wingless dragons were covered in a layer of fluffy feathers, which made them more suitable for survival and reproduction in the low-temperature environment of high latitudes. The Knights of Rosaline walked past him with their heads held high. Their arrogant expressions were the same as the other knights he had seen in other regions, but Brando did not mind. He would not stoop to their level. The knights brought a trail of dust to the vicinity of the caravan before tightening their reins and slowing down. When they saw the mountain of black crystals in the camp, their eyes lit up and they whistled. Na Exayan hurriedly followed, afraid that these people would break the contract after seeing the wealth. His face was as black as iron, but he heard the leader of the night, Kassav, sitting on his mount, ask, "The battle was intense. Do you need to make such a big fuss just to deal with 7 or 8 monsters?" He sniffed and frowned as he looked at the traces on the battlefield. Na Exayan couldn't help but curse inwardly. His lazy subordinates were indeed slacking off. He hurriedly replied, "There were 7 or 8 mutants. If it weren't for the friends we met along the way, you wouldn't have been able to see me." "It's not a good thing to see you," Kassav snorted. Na Exayan could only smile apologetically. The wrinkles on her face seemed to have piled up together, making her look like a withered chrysanthemum. Fortunately, Kassav didn't intend to pursue the matter further. He looked around and didn't rush in to grab a handful of black crystals and stuff them into his pocket like his subordinates. He even looked happy and cheerful. After all, he was different from his subordinates, so he had to maintain a bit of cultured and refined aristocratic etiquette, so that his table manners would not be too ugly. Besides, he would not miss out on a portion of the black crystals anyway, and the division of the profits had long been agreed upon. This time, it could be said that he had ruthlessly extorted a huge sum from the other party. He grabbed the reins and placed his gloved hand on the hilt of his sword. He looked at the scavengers in the distance with vigilance. Although he didn't think that these outlaws would dare to come and cause trouble for them, it was a matter of cutting off people's money after all. He knew very well what greed would do to a person. Fortunately, these trash were tactful today. They only looked at them from afar and did not intend to surround them. He felt a little strange and could not help but subconsciously look in the direction of Brando and the 2 9 phoenixes. With one look, he couldn't help but be stunned. Kassav's face revealed a doubtful expression. For a moment, he didn't pay attention to his subordinates. He pulled the reins to turn the ground dragon around and walked over to Mr. Lu and Huang Hua with his chin held high. "Who are they?" Kassav looked at the two and turned back to ask Na Exayan. Mr. Lu looked at this guy and narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't say anything. Huang Hua stood behind Mr. Lu and looked up at this guy. She held her sword in one hand, and there was no trace of fear in her dark eyes. Of course, a celestial swordswoman had no reason to fear a mere knight. Na Exayan's heart skipped a beat. Last night, he knew that these 2 9 phoenixes were not to be trifled with. He had also ordered the others to keep their mouths shut. Fortunately, everyone knew what the 9 phoenixes meant. They didn't need him to say anything to understand what could be said and what could not be said. But at this time, he was slightly nervous. He wondered if this guy had discovered something. He replied without leaving a trace, "They are my guests. My name is Tormulo. He is also a guest who is traveling with us to Rosaline." "You are from the 9 phoenixes?" Kassav looked back and asked Mr. Lu and Huang Hua, "What are your names?" Huang Hua looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. She didn't think he had the right to order her to say her name. How noble was the Jade Phoenix family? How could just anyone have the right to make her speak? She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. She turned around and left. She jumped into her carriage and pulled the curtain behind her. She didn't appear again. "You can go," Mr. Liu replied gently. "There is nothing here." Kassav couldn't help but feel a little suffocated. Judging from the other party's words, it was as if he had come to ask if they needed anything. Kassav's expression changed a few times, but he had a vague idea of what was going on. His intuition was rarely wrong. When these two people spoke, they were pampered and had a condescending attitude. This wasn't something normal people could have. It was very difficult to fake it without long-term training. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of a possibility. He looked at the other party again, then turned around and left without a word. Na Exayan looked over and seemed to feel something. He wanted to go up and explain something, but was stopped by Brando. What does he mean? Brando looked in the direction Kassav left and asked Na Exayan. He might have recognized that Mr. Liu and the others are not ordinary. "Sir, Mr. Liu and the others are too obvious. They can't hide from people who are observant." Na Exayan sighed. Kassav's nose is too sharp. If only Benham was the one patrolling today. So what if he recognized them? Nothing much. If they are unlucky, it will be very troublesome. The situation in Swift Plains is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. "Sir, but if Mr. Liu and the others get into trouble, I'm afraid we will also suffer." "Suffer?" Brando shook his head. Although he had calmed down a lot, he was not to the extent of being timid. He still didn't think that a mere Lord Rosaline could cause him to suffer. However, he obviously saw much further than this smuggler named Na Exayan. In his opinion, Kassav had obviously sensed something, which was why he deliberately put on this show. This was because when Kassav first saw Phoenix Fire, there was an obvious change in his eyes. Although he concealed it well, it still couldn't escape Celine's eyes. There was obviously something wrong, but Brando didn't intend to take the initiative to say it. First of all, this was Mr. Liu and Phoenix Fire's own business. He didn't need to meddle in other people's business. Moreover, if they really got into trouble, it wasn't too late for him to intervene. The knights seemed to have ignored the existence of a foreigner like him, but this was good. Brando didn't intend to pay attention to them either. After they quickly finished dividing the loot, they temporarily lent a portion of the wingless dragons to Na Exayan. With the help of these knights, the convoy finally got on the road again. At this time, the sun had already crossed the midline of the sky. Even though it was autumn, the sun was still scorching, shining on the banks of the Quzhang's river. After the sun dispelled the fog, the visibility in the vicinity became extremely high. Brando rode on a horse borrowed from Mr. Liu, slowly walking alongside the caravan while paying attention to the surrounding environment. Compared to the eyesight of a normal person, he could easily see the ruins and wreckage of the charred village more than 10 miles away. In some places, there was still smoke rising in spirals. The crystal clusters couldn't have caused such destruction. This was obviously the work of the humans. It seemed that the Rosaline people were planning to give up on this land. The strange monsters had defeated Madara in the south of the Bone Field, and now they had appeared in the east of the Quzhang's river. The Rosaline people obviously didn't think that they were better at fighting than the spirits. It seemed that the Lord had long planned to retreat to the other side of the strait. It was just that this sudden attack had strengthened the Lord's determination. This was not a wild guess, but a reasonable speculation based on what Nashin and the others said. But now, it seemed that this speculation was not far from the truth. After Phoenix Fire returned to her carriage, she didn't appear again. She hugged her sword and closed her eyes slightly, as if nothing in the surroundings could affect her mind. The bumpy ride of the carriage did not affect Phoenix Fire's meditation. The ascetic training method of the Jade Phoenix was unimaginable to normal people. When they were meditating, they often needed to train under a waterfall that weighed thousands of pounds. Compared to that, the current environment was not worth mentioning. However, after 15 minutes, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as black as ink, and there seemed to be stars flashing in them. "Mr. Liu, what do you want to remind me of? You did very well just now, second lady. After a while, Mr. Lu's low voice came from outside the carriage. The knight just now looked strange. He might have recognized us. How could he recognize us? Has the ghost chariot arrived at Rosaline? Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility left. So, we leaked the news? I haven't thought about it yet. It's also possible that we were discovered when we left Elm Harbor. They might have guessed our next route and prepared in advance. When did the ghost chariot become so sharp? This is the Swift Plains after all. If it's that person, it's not impossible. Is it the genius of the ghost chariot clan that appears once in 1,000 years? Yes. Then what should we do next? Are we still going to Rosaline? We have to. This is the only place on this side of the strait. I don't know how they knew we would come here and not to Lubeck. Chapter 12:10. After hearing Mr. Lu's words, Huang Hua fell silent. She clearly understood the meaning behind the words, those people. If it weren't for the Starfall incident, we would have gone to Lubeck. I can only say that it's fate. They were lucky enough to win the bet. Mr. Lu rode on his horse and held his sword behind his back. He cupped his hands toward the carriage and said, "But don't worry, Second Mississippi. Since the Phoenix King has entrusted your safety to me, I will definitely protect you. I believe in Mr. Lu." Huang Hua nodded slightly. Mr. Lu then bid farewell and left. However, after leaving the carriage, he did not go far. Instead, he rode his horse and chased after Brando, who was not far ahead. "Mr. Lu, please wait." Hearing this voice from behind, Brando was not surprised. He tightened the reins in his hands and slowed down the pace of his horse. He smiled slightly and replied without turning his head, "What can I do for you, Mr. Lu?" Mr. Lu was slightly stunned. He was shocked by Brando's pure Nine Phoenix language. He did not know that Brando had the ability to listen and learn at the same time. Moreover, this language was somewhat similar to the Chinese of the future. Brando was also very familiar with the grammar and the way of writing. At this moment, although he had just invested some skill points into this language, he was already very familiar with it. "Mr. Brando, have you lived in the Nine Phoenix before?" "Oh, no. But I have a Nine Phoenix friend in Erewhon. Coincidentally, I learned the Nine Phoenix language from her," Brando replied. He was not lying. In his previous life, the only way for players in Erewhon to learn the Nine Phoenix language was through the Phoenix language. Naturally, he was no exception. However, in this life, he had actually only interacted with Yak's blind fiancé a few times. "I see." Mr. Lu was enlightened. "Mr. Lu, are you here because of what happened just now?" Brando asked in return. Mr. Lu nodded with a serious expression. "That guy seems to know you. What's going on? Do you have old grudges with the Lord of Rosaline?" "That's not true." "Then I think there must be something on you that he covets. However, this old man is a little unwise. If it were me, I probably wouldn't make an enemy out of Nine Phoenix because of greed," Brando replied. Mr. Lu smiled bitterly. "Not really. To be honest, this matter may have something to do with my and the second lady's identities. It may be a little troublesome. There may be enemies in Rosaline who have already targeted us." "Enemy?" Brando was slightly surprised. He knew very little about the Nine Phoenixes, so he didn't know that the Jade Phoenix lineage of the Nine Phoenixes had enemies. Mr. Lu nodded and told him without hesitation, "Mister, you may not know this, but the Phoenix has 9 surnames, including our Lu family." The Nine Phoenix branch was actually established by 9 hidden sects, representing the 9 sword sects passed down from the ancient times of the Nine Phoenix. These 9 sects are the Desert Winds sect represented by the Jade Phoenix lineage, the Steel Soul sect passed down by our Lu family, followed by the Rock Dragon, Tiger Claw, Iron Heart, Pious Heart, White Raven, Shadow Hand, and the Sunset Seven Sects, known as the 9 Swords of Dugu. Among these 9 swords, the Desert Wind, Iron Heart, and White Raven are the most respected. They are known as the 3 Supreme Swords. After the Battle of Broken Jade, the remaining 5 swords in the world all supported the Jade Phoenix lineage as the most respected. Therefore, the Jade Phoenix lineage is also known as the 9 Phoenix royal family. The Jade Phoenix said that all males have the surname Feng, while females have the surname Huang. There is a monarch above and a group of officials below. After the monarch, the eldest son will be the heir apparent. Among the females, one can inherit the soul of the Jade Phoenix and inherit the supreme inheritance of the Jade Phoenix lineage. She will become the guardian of the Jade Phoenix lineage, Mage Jade Phoenix. Brando didn't know much about the 9 phoenixes, so when he heard these things that might be common knowledge to the 9 phoenixes, he couldn't help but listen with great interest. However, when he heard this, he still reacted. So, Miss Huang Hua. Speaking of this, Mr. Lu nodded. Second Miss is the most talented descendant of this generation of the Jade Phoenix lineage. Brando thought of another thing and couldn't help but ask, I heard that she has an elder sister? Mr. Lu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at Brando. He didn't expect Brando to really know Huang Yu. He only thought that he had mentioned this when he had a long talk with Second Miss by the bonfire last night. At the mention of that amazing name, he couldn't help but sigh and said, Indeed, Second Miss is right. She does have an elder sister called Huang Yu. Miss Huang Yu may be the most outstanding descendant in the history of the Jade Phoenix lineage and has the highest compatibility with the soul of the Jade Phoenix. Unfortunately, she went missing during the training 7 years ago. Since then, there has been no news of her. It is precisely because of this reason that Second Miss has to embark on this path. Compared with her other sisters, she can be said to be the best choice left in the Jade Phoenix lineage. Therefore, she can't afford to lose. Can't afford to lose? This is what I want to talk to you about, Mr. Brando. In fact, the Jade Phoenix lineage in the 9 Phoenix lineage is not smooth sailing. In ancient times, the 9 Phoenix lineage got its name from the ancient black bird ghost chariot. When our country was just established, the people who led the other 8 major sword sects were actually the Ghost Chariot clan, whose totem was the ancient mythical beast called Swanmi. At that time, the Iron Heart sword stream led by Ghost Chariot was the first sword of the 9 Phoenix lineage, followed by the Jade Phoenix lineage's Desert Wind swordsmanship and the Green Phoenix lineage's White Raven swordsmanship. At that time, the 9 Phoenix kingdom had 9 swords and could be said to be the most powerful empire in the 9 Phoenix area. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Mr. Brando, in the general trend of the 9 Phoenix, those who are righteous get more support while those who are unrighteous get little support. Since the Ghost Chariot lineage became more and more stubborn, cruel and muddle-headed, they were eventually overthrown by the other 8 sections. From that moment on, the Jade Phoenix lineage was jointly supported by the remaining families and ascended to the throne. Brando did not expect the 9 Phoenix to have such a history. However, human history was mostly divided and could not escape the law of history. Therefore, he did not appear too surprised. However, he could hear the subtext in Mr. Lu's story. The losers would obviously not give up so easily. If the descendants of the Ghost Chariot lineage were still alive, then they were indeed the mortal enemies of the Jade Phoenix lineage. Sure enough, according to Mr. Lu's description, after the Ghost Chariot clan lost their orthodox lineage, they went from being in the light to being in the dark. These people called themselves the Night Owls. Although they could not establish themselves in the 9 Phoenix area, they went to places like the Swift Plains and established a huge underground force. In the past 1,000 years, the grudge between them and the Jade Phoenix royal family had been accumulating. In fact, there had been hundreds of battles in the open and in the dark. As early as a few decades ago, the Jade Phoenix royal family joined forces with the Lu family to kill the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Ghost Chariot clan. In less than half a century, the Ghost Chariot clan returned the favor. It was widely rumored among the people of the 9 Phoenix that Huang Yu's disappearance was due to the Ghost Chariot clan. Therefore, today, Huang Hua's training trip had become so important. After the Jade Phoenix clan lost Huang Yu, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, they could no longer tolerate such a thing happening again. Therefore, according to Mr. Liu, Huang Hua's training trip should have been made an exception and entrusted to him, the most outstanding disciple of the Yunxing sect of this generation, to be her bodyguard. However, among the descendants of the Ghost Chariot, there was a genius who was on par with Huang Yu. Although Mr. Liu had not seen this person, according to the rumors around the Swift Plains and Taiga Strait, this person was comparable to the first generation of the Ghost Chariot clan, the founder of the Iron Heart Sword sect. When Brando heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. He thought to himself, another genius. Huang Yu was the chosen one, and her sister seemed to be on par with her. This so-called descendant of the Ghost Chariot seemed to be a genius on par with the former. This era was indeed an eventful one. So, Mr. Liu suspects that the Ghost Chariot is already in front of you and that Rosaline has his eyes on you? Brando asked, but it's a little strange. You just set off from Tormulo. Even if someone leaked the news, they would not be ahead of you. How did the people of the Ghost Chariot know your whereabouts? Mr. Liu shook his head. Clearly, he did not understand this point. He only answered, Mr. Brando, the Ghost Chariot lineage has been operating in the Swift Plains for many years and is very powerful. This is also the reason why the Second Lady and I are unwilling to go back to Nine Phoenix through the Swift Plains. Now that they have arrived at Rosaline, it is impossible for us to avoid them. However, I am afraid that I will not be able to fulfill my promise and let Mr. Brando travel with us. Why? Brando asked. The grudge between the Ghost Chariot and the Jade Phoenix clan is an internal matter of Nine Phoenix. I am really embarrassed to let you get involved. Besides, although Mr. Brando is not afraid of these clowns, it is always troublesome to be targeted by the Ghost Chariot. The Jade Phoenix clan and I have no reason to let our guests get into trouble because of our family matters. Mr. Liu answered in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This answer made Brando look at him in a new light, so much so that his impression of Nine Phoenix became much better. No matter what, this calm integrity was much higher than the Wone nobles that he had seen before. However, he did not comment on this. Although he wanted to help, he did not need to make a solemn vow. However, the chaotic situation in the Swift Plains and Nine Phoenix that Mr. Liu mentioned made him a little worried. After all, the Nine Phoenix kingdom was not stable. In Mr. Liu's words, it was actually because of the competition for the throne that caused the outer regions of Nine Phoenix to be so turbulent. Thinking of the bloody competition for the throne in his memory, Brando had to reconsider his plan to go from Nine Phoenix to Erewhon. After all, Erewhon was facing the invasion of Madara and the arrival of the Twilight Will. He did not want to be involved in these disputes. In fact, he did not have much time to waste. He thought for a moment before asking, Mr. Liu, do you want to go to Nine Phoenix? Then, he asked, Mr. Liu, if I want to go from Rosaline to Nine Phoenix and then return to Wonde, which route is the most convenient? Going through Madara might be an option, but it was always a last resort. Unlike what people imagined, crossing the Sea of the Dead Moon was definitely a huge project. The territory of Black Rose and Bramanto stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and there were exits in all directions. After the war slate descended and re-established the order in Wonde, relying on the method of determining direction in the past was likely to be troublesome. If one did not prepare in advance, no one knew where they would end up. Not to mention the other troubles that one would encounter during the trip. Chapter 12:11. So Mr. Brando only wants to use Nine Phoenix to return to Wonde, Mr. Liu said. Then you don't have to go to Nine Phoenix. Elm Harbor also has merchant fleets going to Erewhon, Lubeck, and other places. Where is Elm Harbor? At Green Jade Hills. Rosaline has ships going there. That harbor is at the northern end of Taowu Strait, close to the Sea of Dim Light. It is ruled by a group of people from Nine Phoenix. Every March, April, September, and October, a large number of merchant fleets going to Lubeck, Madara, and Erewhon gather there with the help of the ocean currents. Is that place also under the influence of the ghost chariot? Mr. Lu was slightly stunned. He raised his head and used his remaining eye to look at the young man in front of him, only to see a confident expression on his face. As he tried to figure out the meaning of these words, he replied in a low voice, "Mr. Brando, the ghost chariot is fully developed outside of Nine Phoenix. They also have influence in Green Jade Hills, but they can't control everything because that place is very complicated. It is the headquarters of the Pious Heart sect and the Stone Dragon sect. The Red Jade Guards of the Scorching Sun Holy Temple protect the harbor. The ghost chariot people only dare to move in the dark, but they should have spies everywhere in the city. In that case, since Green Jade Hills is under the control of the Pious Heart sect and the Stone Dragon sect, it should have a much closer connection with Nine Phoenix than Swift Plains." Mr. Lu nodded. Green Jade Hills is actually Nine Phoenix's default sphere of influence in Taowu Strait. It is not only connected to Nine Phoenix by sea. In fact, there is also a land trade route through the deep stone mountains. In March, 2nd Miss, and I used this route to reach Elm Harbor. Is this route very dangerous? Brando asked. Not really, but it is not as convenient as the sea route. We left Nine Phoenix around the time of the Green Dragon's birthday ceremony and traveled day and night for almost a month before reaching Green Jade Hills. If we took the sea route, this journey would only take a few days. At this point, Mr. Lu seemed to have realized something. His single eye lit up slightly. He took a deep look at Brando, raised his hand, and cupped his fist in greeting. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Brando. I was careless. Right now, it is indeed safer to return from the Green Jade Hills." Brando smiled. He waved his hand and said, "I just want to hitch a ride." "You think too much, Mr. Lu. However, I don't have anything valuable on me. In exchange, I will help you deal with those ignorant rascals." Mr. Lu was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly flipped over and stood below the horse, bowing deeply to Brando. In his heart, he only knew that the so-called ship fee was just an excuse. Last night, when he saw the young man dealing with the monsters, 2 swords suddenly appeared in his hands. This proved that the other party must have a space-related storage item. How could such a person not be able to afford the fare? Therefore, when the other party said this, it was clear that he just wanted to help them. Mr. Lu was sincerely grateful because he knew better than anyone else the strength of this young man in front of him. Although he didn't know whether this young man was stronger or weaker compared to his teacher, he was at least a figure of the same level. A person who had reached the realm of Path, Supreme Realm. Such a person would rarely be tempted by external objects, so how could he easily make a move? He didn't know that Brando had only taken 2 years to reach this stage. He only knew that it was already a great honor for them that the other party could make such a request. His reaction gave Brando a shock. Although Brando did have a special favorable impression of the nine-headed phoenix and said this to help the two of them, his primary goal was indeed to hitch a ride. This was because he definitely wouldn't change his itinerary just to help the other party. Moreover, he didn't have the time to do so at the moment. However, compared to going to Rosaline to look for a ship, of course, it was more convenient to take the ready-made ship of the nine-headed phoenix royal family. As for the trouble of the Lord of Rosaline or some ghost chariot, did he need to care? He didn't want to be involved in this dispute, but that was based on the premise that the other party didn't find trouble with him. However, judging from the reaction of these knight, the ghost chariot obviously colluded with the Lord of Rosaline. They wanted to wait for Mr. Lu and Phoenix Fire in Rosaline City. Obviously, they would not only detain the nine-headed Phoenix royal family's ship, but they would also seal off the port. Since this was the case, he had to leave the port and head to U Harbor. Anyway, he would have a conflict with these two groups sooner or later, so he might as well help Mr. Lu and Phoenix Fire. Everyone had the same goal, so why not? Thinking of this, Brando also dismounted and helped Mr. Lu up. He said, "Mr. Lu, you don't have to do this. Since the ghost chariot has its eyes on you, they will definitely instigate the Lord of Rosaline to detain your ship and seal off the port. I am only helping myself by helping you. Mr. Lu quickly nodded. He wasn't a sentimental person, so he only cupped his hands again to Brando to express his gratitude. At the same time, he thought of something and said, since the ghost chariot discovered our whereabouts in Rosaline, they will definitely be able to guess our next itinerary. They might even intercept our fleet in the open sea. If it wasn't for Mr. Brando's reminder, I'm afraid the second miss and I would really be in trouble this time. If we head to U Harbor, will they also intercept us? Brando asked with a frown. It's not a big problem. They probably won't expect us to turn back. In fact, it was an accident that we were stopped by them in Rosaline. If it wasn't for the Starfall disaster, the second miss and I would have passed through Madara to travel to Lubeck. Mr. Lu waved his hand and answered calmly. After hearing this, Brando's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly asked, in that case, you are heading to Madara from U Harbor? Mr. Lu was stunned by this question. He probably didn't understand the meaning of Brando's question, but he still nodded and said, yes. Although we can also head to Lubeck from U Harbor, the Jade Phoenix lineage's training requires us to practice physically. Therefore, the second miss and I originally planned to cross Madara. Then, can the spy of the ghost chariot in U Harbor determine that your ship is heading to Madara? No. Mr. Lu didn't expect Brando to ask this question. He shook his head and said, the ship left in U Harbor is also the Huang family's own ship, not a merchant ship. We usually redraw our route after we go out to sea. The spy left in U Harbor definitely won't be able to guess where we are going. Then, could there be a spy on your ship? Brando asked again. Spy? Mr. Lu frowned, but still shook his head and said, even if there is a spy, he won't be able to send back information because the ship is still anchored in Sopa Latch. Brando knew that Sopa Latch was the name of a port in Madara, but he was not interested in this name. He replied, in that case, you shouldn't have leaked the information before leaving U Harbor. Mr. Lu nodded. I think so too. Then I have to remind you that the ghost chariot might be in cahoots with Madara. Mr. Lu was shocked. He subconsciously blurted out, you mean, the ghost chariot found out about our itinerary through Lesotho? Who's Lesotho? It's a lich. It's the Lord of Sopa Latch. No. Brando shook his head and said, you misunderstood me. I'm talking about Madara, not a lord. What's the difference between them? Mr. Lu's only eye showed a hint of confusion. In his opinion, the Black Rose of Brahmanto was formed by independent undead lords who hated each other. Although there was no lack of unusual creatures like the dark nobles of the Sea of Dead Moons who formed an alliance, that was only to fight against the strange creatures. A united Madara was obviously not within his scope of understanding. Brando understood that the Nine Phoenixes' understanding of Erewhon, Cruz, and even Saint Tossel might be far better than their understanding of the Colossus beside them. This was caused by the difference in the lag between the transmission of information by land and sea. Although Erewhon and other countries were further away from the Nine Phoenix, the things that happened a few months ago might be transmitted to the Nine Phoenix through the merchant fleet. However, in the vast land in the direction of Madara, there might not be anything new that could be transmitted to the Nine Phoenix even after a year and a half. Moreover, the core of the rising Madara was actually the 14 territories in the east of the Sea of Dead Moons that were adjacent to Erewhon, under the leadership of the Mercury Staff. After unifying the Sea of Dead Moons in the east, the Supreme of the Dark Kingdom had enough authority to command the Dark Nobles in the south of the Sea of Dead Moons. These changes happened slowly and quickly inside Madara, but to the outside world, especially to the outside world outside of Erewhon, the impact was not obvious. Therefore, it was normal that Mr. Lu did not understand that a huge empire was born on the banks of the Nine Phoenix. After all, in the course of the game, this empire also gradually began to have an impact on the Nine Phoenix after nearly half a century. At this moment, half a century ago, there were not many people in the Nine Phoenix who could be a prophet and predict what would happen decades later. However, Brando saw something strange from this incident. He replied, "You may not know, but the Mercury staff has reappeared in Madara, and now this dark empire is being reunited under its unification. What I mean is, the one that the Phantom Chariot is colluding with is this united Madara, the supreme with the Mercury staff." What? Mr. Lu's expression suddenly became solemn. He clearly understood the difference between the former and the latter. He carefully recalled his trip with the second lady, and then connected it with Brando's reminder. His expression could not help but become more and more gloomy. "Mr. Brando, is what you said true?" His only eye flashed with a heavy light, and he could not help but confirm subconsciously. Chapter 12:12. Brando nodded and said, "If you are talking about the first piece of news, then according to what I know, it should be true. You should know that I am from Erewhon, and my country is being invaded by the Undead Empire. That is why I am so anxious to return to Wonde." "You can think about it carefully," Brando replied. "You and Miss Huanghua planned to go to Lubeck, but you turned back halfway because of the Fallen Star disaster. Even if you leaked the news at Elm Harbor, the Phantom Chariot should not have stopped you at Rosaline. However, it turns out that not only did they correctly judge the direction you went after leaving Elm Harbor, they also knew that you changed your plan halfway. You and Miss Huanghua traveled together, and no one else knew about this. The only outsiders you met along the way were me and Mr. Exian, but according to your description, they could not have sent the news to Rosaline in advance. So, the only possibility is that the undead of Madara betrayed you." Brando paused for a moment before continuing, "But the undead are independent. You passed through at least 10 territories of the undead lords along the way. How did the Phantom Chariot determine that you would go to Tormulo and arrive at Rosaline? There is only one possibility, and that is that the will of the Mercury staff reached the eastern border of Madara and colluded with the Phantom Chariot." Brando stopped here and did not continue speaking. Unlike Mr. Lu, his eyes were not limited to the 9 phoenixes. That was why when Mr. Lu told him about the secret between the Jade Phoenixes and the Ghost Chariot, he realized that Madara's undead might be behind this. There was no other reason other than the fact that Rosaline was too close to Madara, and it was too much of a coincidence. What benefits would the Supreme One with the Mercury staff gain by colluding with the traitors of the 9 phoenixes? This was hard to say. In fact, he was not too sure either. Unless the Black Rose of Brahmanto was willing to stir up trouble in both the East and the West, this was the only way to explain their intentions. However, this was a little too arrogant. Mr. Lu did not know much about the War of the Black Rose in Erewhon, but he had a deeper understanding of the situation in the 9 phoenixes. His face darkened when he heard this. He could imagine how troublesome it would be if the Phantom Chariot had the support of the undead and attacked the 9 phoenixes from the Swift Plains and the Green Jade Hills. But did those people have the guts? Will Madara attack the 9 phoenixes? He could not help but ask. Brendel shook his head and did not answer. It was hard to say. After all, he did not know what that lunatic with the Mercury staff was thinking. Although Madara had always coveted the fertile lands in the south of Erewhon and Saint Tossol, their purpose in starting the war was obviously not just for that. In the future, the undead attacked the civilized world as if they wanted to destroy the entire world. If not for the fact that they were Martha's followers, the players outside of Madara would have thought that the undead had become the Twilight Dragon's pawns. Their intention to attack had obviously exceeded their desire to occupy resources and had become a purely crazy behavior. If not, Cruz, Fanzan, and Saint Tossol would not have joined forces to fight against Madara. Maybe it's not as bad as you think. Brando continued, Madara also has enemies in the west. Cruz, Erewhon, and the elves are all wary of these inhumans. They may simply want to use the Phantom Chariot's hatred for the 9 phoenixes to do something in the Swift Plains. After all, they are starting a war in the west. They don't want to have a strong opponent behind them. Brando thought for a while, and it seemed to be the only explanation. However, he suddenly realized that his choice to help Mr. Lu and Phoenix Fire was probably the right choice. Since the enemy was afraid, it must be the weakness that they were most worried about. If he could rope in the 9 phoenixes, perhaps Madara would not be able to invest all of their forces in the west. At least, it would be good to attract the attention of the Dark Empire. Mr. Lu nodded. He was not an indecisive person. Anyway, no matter what the undead were up to, the most important thing now was to escort the second lady back to the 9 phoenixes. The Jade Phoenixes could not afford to lose another heir. The Phantom Chariot's trick was naturally much better than hiding it in the dark. Thinking of this, he could not help but be grateful for Brando's reminder. If not, the 9 phoenixes would only realize that there was a huge undead empire behind their opponent when the Phantom Chariot started moving. Mercury Staff, he secretly remembered this name in his heart. But at this time, Brando thought of another thing. He suddenly asked, "Mr. Lu, you and Miss Phoenix Fire originally planned to cross Madara to go to Lubeck. So, you should have a map of Madara?" Brando was slightly surprised. Crossing Madara was not an easy task. Before the Mercury Staff was born, Madara was only a geographical name. This dark territory spanning tens of thousands of miles had countless undead and dark lords, each of whom ruled their own territory. Generally speaking, the Madara that Erewhon people were familiar with was actually only the east of the Sea of the Dead Moon. As for the Pine Mountain area, it was a very small part, but it was not impossible to say that this was the Black Rose of Brahmanto. This was because even in the heyday of the Dark Empire, the Supreme One did not really rule the entire Madara. In fact, she only controlled the fertile land of the empire, and only needed to control these core territories to be called the Dead Moon Empire. In the remote areas of the empire, even the players of the empire might not know where they extended to. Only a few people had set foot in the land that ran through the Black Forest. The Bugas might have a complete map of Madara, but they had never made it public. It was not that there were no players who crossed the entire Madara. There were players who had done this before and after the Year of the Sparks. It took nearly half a year, including the time when they got lost. Brando obviously did not have the time to do this. Of course, he knew that some people of 9 Phoenix might have a map of part of the southern territory of Madara, because 9 Phoenix had always had land caravans that went to Lubeck, the country of the desert. He just did not expect Mr. Lu and Phoenix Fire to have this idea. Mr. Lu was stunned for a moment and replied, "The royal family of 9 Phoenix has a detailed map, not only to Lubeck, but also to the southern territory of Erewhon. However, that map was drawn more than 100 years ago, and we don't know if this map is accurate." Brando could not help but be overjoyed. He asked eagerly, "Do you have this map?" He was now at the peak of the Supreme Realm, only one step away from the strength of the Sage Realm. And because of his equipment and ridiculously high willpower attribute, in fact, his physical fitness was far beyond the standard of ordinary people in this realm. With his strength, if he had a precise map, he could travel day and night without rest. Perhaps it would be faster than taking a ship by sea. Unfortunately, Mr. Lu's answer disappointed him. It was because the other party had no intention of going to Erewhon, and the accuracy of the map was still questionable. So, in fact, they had only brought half of the map to Lubeck. When Brando heard this, he could not hide his disappointment. However, he also knew that this was not something he could force. After all, not everyone was like those scholars who brought a carriage full of documents and maps when they went out. He shook his head and said to Mr. Lu, "Mr. Lu, I have a presumptuous request. If it's possible, can you give me a copy of your map? If it's really inconvenient, you can lend it to me for a few hours." He thought that if this was a royal treasure and it was inconvenient to make a copy, with his current memory level, it would not be too troublesome to redraw a map in his mind with the help of the system. Fortunately, after hearing his words, Mr. Lu did not hesitate to take out the map box from his sleeve and give it to him. He also said that he could look at it for as long as he wanted and that it would not matter if he returned it after making a copy. This saved him a lot of trouble. After the haze of Madara and the Ghost Chariot conspiracy was lifted, the two of them chatted happily along the way. Mr. Lu was quite interested in the local customs of Erewhon. When he occasionally mentioned it, Brando found that the 9 Phoenix swordsman was not ignorant of Wound. On the contrary, he seemed to be quite familiar with the relationship between Erwin, Cruz, and other empires. This made Brando a little embarrassed, because in comparison, he knew nothing about the Nine Phoenix. In fact, it was not just him. In The Amber Sword, for almost all players, the Nine Phoenix was a mysterious country. First of all, not many people were willing to take a ship for a few months to go to a foreign country and adventure. Second, the merchant fleet of the Nine Phoenix was not always there. As Mr. Liu said, they usually appeared more often in March to April and September to October. At other times, it was rare to see the merchants of the Nine Phoenix anywhere in Wonde. However, contrary to Brando, Mr. Liu was amazed by Brando's linguistic talent. According to him, Brando was as if he had lived in the Nine Phoenix for decades and was very proficient in many of the language habits of the Nine Phoenix. As for Brando himself, he thought to himself, haven't I lived in the Nine Phoenix for decades? P.S. Some people say that the plot has been a little slow recently. In fact, it's mainly because I'm thinking about the future plot, so I don't dare to write too fast. Plus, after the end of a plot, the following plot needs some description and foreshadowing, so I've slowed down the plot for the time being. In addition, some people have asked about the Nine Swords of Solitude. It's like this, the Nine Phoenix was originally set up when the Amber Sword was first formed to introduce the expansion of D&D. In fact, there was originally a setting of the Cloud Nation, but I cut it. Therefore, the Nine Phoenix itself is built on this expansion book. There are a series of sects like the Desert Raven, of course. There will also be things like the Sword of the Sage and the Army's Sword. However, in the end, it is to serve the novel, so the setting may be different from the expansion book. In short, this book will prevail. Chapter 12-13. To the Nine Phoenix, the Green Jade Hills and the Swift Plains were only the periphery. However, to the Green Jade Hills and the Swift Plains, the Rosaline on the other side of the Taiga Strait was also only the periphery. The establishment of the Rosaline family could be traced back to the Long Cotton War of the Swift Plains. A group of war refugees escaped the Taiga Strait by boat and landed on the barren land east of the Sea of the Dead Moon. They built a settlement there and prospered. After the war ended, some of the first batch of people returned home and brought back information from the other side of the strait to the Swift Plains. Then, the two sides of the strait had simple trade relations. However, due to the lack of land, these relations had always been the embellishment of the Golden Sea route. The second development of the Rosaline family came from the defeat of the Rosaline family in the Swift Plains. The defeat in the war forced the previous Rosaline leader to lead the remnants of his army across the Taiga Strait to preserve themselves. The natives of the Rosaline family could not resist, or rather, they did not resist, these destitute knights from the other side of the strait. They stayed there for centuries. The Rosaline family built a permanent castle and used their meager production to maintain their rule over the land. The castle of the Rosaline family was built abruptly on a promontory, overlooking the messy towns on the beach below. Because they had to resist the invasion of the spirits of the dead in the past few centuries, the city was surrounded by walls and tall sentry towers, making it look somewhat like a military fortress. The carriages followed the main road to the city gate. Only then did a head poke out from the city wall. That person saw the knight below and hurriedly gestured to the sentry towers on both sides. The soldiers in the towers pushed the winch and the city gate was raised. After entering the city, the tense nerves of Rosaline's knights immediately relaxed. They had already filled their pockets to the brim. At that moment, they all dismounted from their horses and greeted their familiar colleagues at the sentry posts on both sides of the city gate fortress. They began to joke with each other. Kassav turned his horse around and passed through his subordinates. He came to the side of Brando and Mr. Liu, who were riding side by side. He glanced at the two of them and said to Na Xian, who was not far away, "Rosaline is currently under martial law. You know the rules and don't cause any trouble. The merchant fleet from Swift Plains just left. There should still be empty rooms in Storm's shadow." Na Xian hurriedly agreed. Unlike Brando and Mr. Liu, he did not dare to offend the Lord of Rosaline's territory. These knights represented the authority of the Lord of Rosaline, and they were not people that a smuggler like him could challenge. After the knight left, the leader of the caravan, or perhaps the leader of the smugglers, became gloomy. He spat and ordered his men to search for those who had escaped the night before to see if they had made it back to Rosaline. The scavengers had their own rules, and they couldn't be violated easily. Brando watched the mixed-blood Rosaline give orders. After dismissing everyone, he came to his side and said to him in a fawning manner, "Sir, I think that Kassav is up to no good." "Oh." He pretended not to know. Mr. Liu also looked at Na Exain. Since he had reached an agreement with Brando, he did not interrupt. He sat quietly on his saddle and held his reins, watching the two negotiate. "Sir, I'm afraid that Kassav has recognized Mr. Liu and Miss Huanghua. I think he is up to no good," Na Exain whispered to Brando. "Oh, why do you say that?" He was a little strange at the Qiuzhang's river. If it were in the past, he would have demanded an exorbitant price when he saw so many black crystals. However, after he asked about Mr. Liu and Miss Huanghua's identities, he was obviously distracted. A few of his subordinates secretly talked to him about taking advantage of us, but they were chased away by him. A few of my subordinates happened to hear their argument. I don't think that Kassav is that righteous. Also, he licked his dry lips and continued, he actually had the heart to remind us that if we were to exchange our lives, it would have nothing to do with these knights. If you ask me, I think he's hoping that we'll run out of luck sooner. I think the main point of his words was the last sentence. He reminded us that there was still an empty room in Storm's shadow. I think those words were meant for you and Mr. Liu. What is Storm Shadow? It's an inn in Rosaline City. You mean he wants us to stay there? Brando looked at the smuggler with interest. He didn't care why the smuggler was showing him kindness, but he did need someone like that right now. As for whether or not the smuggler was reliable, it didn't matter. Na Exain hurriedly nodded. His skin was dark, and there were deep wrinkles on his forehead. He didn't look like a merchant, but more like a sailor who lived by the sea all year round. Unlike the typical desperados and gamblers, his character was somewhat like those who made a living at sea. There was no lack of risk in him. He had made a living in the underworld for decades. Although he had saved a lot of money, his deepest wish was to return to the Nine Phoenix. When Huanghua and Mr. Liu appeared, he vaguely realized that this opportunity might have appeared. It was a pity that he didn't find this opportunity along the way. However, after Brando woke up, the Knight of Rosaline finally presented this opportunity to him. Therefore, when Brando asked him to share half of the profits of the caravan with the Knight of Rosaline, although he was reluctant, he was actually more excited. He knew that such a high and mighty person would definitely disdain taking advantage of a small character like him. As long as he behaved more respectfully, he would definitely be able to obtain that opportunity for himself. Now, this opportunity was almost right in front of him. Brando shook his head. A crystal the size of a thumb appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Na Exain, I need you to do something for me. Na Exain hurriedly caught the crystal. A flame-patterned red crystal. He sucked in a breath of cold air, almost loosening his grip on the priceless item and dropping it to the ground. He hurriedly clenched his fist and carefully covered the item in his palm. This was a magic crystal of the highest grade. There was no magic crystal of this grade in Rosaline. Just this one was worth half a carriage's worth of black crystals. However, this magic crystal was a little troublesome. As a cleaner, he obviously knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the young man in front of him, wanting to see what mission he was going to assign him. Unexpectedly, Brando said, "Don't misunderstand, that crystal is just a compensation for you. What I want you to do is not difficult. Help me find a few people, including the little fairy I mentioned to you last night and two of my pets, a talking white cat or white fox. They are all very strange and shouldn't be seen so often around here. If they appear in Rosaline, there should be news." Brando knew that white mist could take many forms, but she still liked to take the form of a white cat and white fox. Therefore, He simply described both forms to Na Xian in case he missed any information. Na Xian was a little stunned. He thought to himself, is this young man not worried about the threat of the Lord of Rosaline at all? He didn't know Brando's true strength as well as Mr. Lu, or rather, he didn't know much about the level of strength above the celestial realm. The leader of the guards of the Lord of Rosaline had a strong reputation among the desperados. Therefore, even though he had seen Brando kill hundreds of monsters with a single sword, he still didn't think that this young man was a match for the Lord of Rosaline. After all, there was an age gap. Even if this young man had been practicing swordsmanship since he was born, the leader of the guards of the Lord of Rosaline would not have wasted his years. Na Xian wanted to remind Brando, but unfortunately, Brando didn't give him the chance. He waved his hand and gestured for Na Xian to quickly carry out his orders. What he was interested in was the smuggler's power and connections. Since the smuggler could search for his men who escaped last night in Rosaline, he would definitely be able to find out about Loot and White Mist, if the latter had indeed appeared here. This mission didn't require too much loyalty, and he didn't care if the person carrying it out was reliable or not. He generously gave out a flame-patterned red crystal to compensate for Na Xian's loss, but more importantly, he acknowledged Na Xian's previous attitude and told him that he had the ability to provide him with what he wanted. However, Brando had obviously underestimated the ambition of this smuggler. Na Xian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that Brando didn't care. He didn't hesitate to give away half a cart of black crystals just to make money. Of course, he didn't care what trouble Brando and Mr. Lu would encounter. He was only worried that if they couldn't deal with the threat of the Lord of Rosaline, then his opportunity to go to Nine Phoenix would be ruined. However, he also understood that his words wouldn't have much effect here, so he could only nod and step aside. At this moment, Mr. Lu suddenly said, "Your name is Na Xian, right? You want to go back to Nine Phoenix?" When Na Xian heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. He didn't just want to go back to Nine Phoenix. In fact, there wasn't a single refugee from Nine Phoenix who didn't want to go back to Nine Phoenix. Nine Phoenix was a rich and prosperous country. Those who lived outside of Nine Phoenix couldn't even imagine that world. It was just that they couldn't go back to Nine Phoenix. In fact, other than merchants or nobles like Mr. Lu and Huang Hua, most of the others had no choice but to leave Nine Phoenix because they got into trouble. Unless they were recommended by someone with status, people like Na Xian would never be able to return to Nine Phoenix. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.